Okay. All right, attention, we need pro mods to the lanes now. Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please. We need you in lane 7 and 8. Lane 7 and 8, please. We get to... All right, we get to pull me off of here. All right. Again, we need Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please. Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes. Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please. Hey, Blower Bob down there. How's it going? Yeah, he's down there. He's got 2 thumbs up. Fantastic to see. I'd like to thank Fuel Tech for sponsoring Pro 420. As well as Skyview Race Cars. And ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Smackdown here at Flying H. The M&M transmission. Sponsored left lane, the NSK right lane. The Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds. A mighty field are ready to rock and roll. We have McNeil. We have Wells. We have Ellington. We have Robin Roberts out there. We have Callie Mills. Haven't seen her make a test hit today so far. We have all sorts of fun and maybe some games coming in here. But first, we're going to start things off with the one, the only Sportsman Junior Dragster. Sportsman Junior Dragster, of course, is brought to you by Zimmerman Properties and Construction. Is that Michaela Mickey down there? I think it is. She's ignoring me. Everybody tends to do that. But we're live on YouTube, live on Facebook. Thank you guys so much for watching. Ryan Clark on the right side and Mason Manley on the left side. All right. Okay. Hey, that's pretty handy dandy. How about that? Like me that. All right, so we'll have Flying Ryan on the right-hand side. Previous from the 894. Off he goes. Ryan Clark going to be the first to the 330. The age will separate the two of them here as they cross the line. 893 and a 7 for Ryan Clark. Mason Manley at 1176, so about 2/10 too fast, or a tenth and a half rather, too fast for that 1190 index that he'll be shooting for on the left-hand side. I'd like to thank all you guys for watching. Thank you guys for Alrighty, and here we go with our next pair. It's Ashton Harden on the right-hand side, and on the left side, driving the dragster that may injure Ellen at some point, it's Jovi Brundage. And when I say that, it's an electric dragster. The amount of times Ellen has almost tripped over an electric dragster, too many to count, to be honest with you. They're silent, like the S in lasagna. Looking to get up and go there of Jovi across line 910 at a 78 mile an hour clip, 1082 on the right side, and that's going to be a smidge too quick. 4. The right side there, and here comes Brooklyn Kook, racing out of Green Valley, Missouri. Green Valley, of course, right here in the state we are in Odessa, Missouri. Odessa, just a little smidge east of Kansas City. And I'd like to thank all you guys watching on YouTube. Josh, I'm sure Barnes over there somewhere. Right on. Green, and here we go. Across the line on the right side, driver not on file, going to end up being an 891 and a 976. And yes, Callie's here. She has Scarlett. Now, Scarlett is a new Pro Mod built last off-season. New to her, this is her first year in Pro Mod as well. I think it's safe to say she's kicking butt and taking names. It's hard to remember, to me at least, that is a new Pro Mod, and Pro Mod is new to her. Because she's driving it with the relationship that somebody like Aaron Wells may be driving Bullet, a car he's had for several years now. Usually there's a get-to-know-you period when you have a new car, especially a new car in a new class, there's a get-to-know-you period, where you introduce yourself to the car kicks your butt a little bit, and then you try and forge an easy friendship as if you were taming a lion. She walked in and she's making the lion jump through hoops, man. Scarlett is a lady in red, nice and cool and collected as the juniors get us started here. And a big shout out to American Pride, the sponsors of Scarlett, while we're talking about Callie Mills. Big shout out to Pit Pro, the official golf cart of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Pit Pro and Pit Pro Custom Carts supply the golf carts we use as Braxton 7, double O, and a 5U, as they may say in Colorado. A 12:15 at 49 mile an hour. You know you've done something cool in Colorado when a bunch of really hesh dudes go, you. So we will roll into our Race Star Wheels Pro Junior Dragster. right, and so that'll bring us to Kinsey Wells on the right side. She's racing out of Oklahoma City. Of course, part of the illustrious Wells family. On the left side, it's Callie Brundage. Brundage, 0-1 on the light. So too is Kinsey Wells, 0-1 on the light end as well. That's stout, man. I'm sitting here 30 and going, I could cut the light against these juniors. You kidding me? They'd eat my breakfast and lunch. 798 at an 81 mile an hour. Like I said, a thank you to Terry Long for coming on out there. Terry Kamler. Indeed. And that'll bring us to Cade Peak. Cade Peak on the right-hand side. He is going up against a driver who's not on file on the left side.
Oh, okay.
And there we go. Up across line, 788, so a little quick there for Cade Peak. Go for that 790 index as we bring ourselves to Nolan on the right-hand side. And is he making a solo? He may be making a solo. Stroud Safety Pro Mods will be up next after a quick little bit of track prep. I thank the fans for coming out here to spend your Friday night here at the old drag strip, Flying H drag strip in Odessa, Missouri. I'd like to give a shout out to Richard, Dirty Panda on Facebook, who is manning the roamer camera this fine evening. As we get staged up, ready to go, green light. Right down Broadway, up across the 330 of 502 to the, or 508 to the 330 and across the line. 77 mile per hour. They pass at 8.51 or 8.15 seconds. Promise, ladies and gentlemen, I'm not dyslexic. I'm just a little bit. As the NSK Customs right lane. We'll see the junior turn off. And I hear one more bap, 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 bap here on the right side. I heard that noise yesterday, but it wasn't from junior dragsters. It was from hail hitting the cars that were driving through the storm yesterday. It was bad. So I hope all you guys out there are safe. It was a nasty Midwestern squall line, and I know we have some Europeans watching us. I know we have some people abroad watching us. I'll tell you what, man, I've been quite a few places. I've seen thunderstorms, but the Midwest truly, the Midwest is unique in that we get some real nasty stuff, Yeah, I'm watching a hail video here.
It does sound like it.
Yeah, it's quarter-size hail just blowing you over. We had a small community just west of here, between here and Kansas City. It's a little town with an RV park and whatnot in it. Had a microburst, 60 or 70 mile an hour winds, and between that and the hail, it knocked over caused some damage. So our thoughts and prayers are with those over there. And I think it was just property damage, which is always good. But I tell you what, my thoughts and prayers are also with their wallet books, because that's not cheap and that's not fun. So Yeah, it was nasty. I got Eric over here on the mic. If you want to flip that on, we'll see
Yeah,
if
I
it's
drove
working.
right through that mess. That was an adventure watching that video with the hail. I put it on the dash. My wife's like, "What are you doing?" And I'm like, "This is incredible." I've never, like, we're going 5 miles an hour, and it lasted probably 20 minutes driving through that squall line. At first, it was like really hard hail, like, I don't know, quarter size, and then it was like just buckets of slush hitting us. It was an unbelievable experience. She was scared to death, and I was just, you know what, tooling along. I'm like, we got to keep moving or somebody's going to run over us.
Yep.
There was nowhere to get off. People were half on the shoulder, half on the road. I mean, it was like weaving cones, only they weren't cones. They were...
We knew it was going to be bad when Josh and I were pulling out. We were going back to the place we were staying overnight, and we pulled off as the track gets prepped for Stroud Safety Pro Mod. We were pulling off onto the access road, the frontage road, as you might say, that connects to the track. It's right by an interstate. Interstate 70 is one of the busiest interstates anywhere. And semis were pulling off. And I'm like, oh, man, when the semis are pulling off, you know
that's tough.
That's a sign.
Yeah, they were passing us for a little bit, and then, I mean, I looked off and saw somewhere I have a picture of the wall cloud, too, that was coming. And I saw the green sky, and I'm like, that's nasty. When it gets green, it gets real. It's going to get real in a hurry. But fortunately, I don't think we had any injuries or anything like that. But I'm sure there was some property damage. I was amazed that my vehicle drove in that mess. And as best I can see, I didn't have any dents. I couldn't believe it. But the hood's composite, so it's not going to dent.
Hey, also, by the way, if you do have some damage, Terry Kamler would like to give a shout out to Caliber Collision, who has 56 repair centers
56,
across
there you go.
Missouri, southwestern Illinois, eastern Kansas. There you go. Yeah, I have a friend in the auto body business, and you'd think, I'm like, oh, you must love the hail. He goes, no, dude, we get backed up on the hail, and then we get another hailstorm, and he's like, we're just nonstop. We're like a year out for hail damage at this point.
Oh, my gosh.
He's like, we only got, so many resources and so many PDR guys.
I was looking at, and I don't know if they're using this service yet. Your friend may know. There's a product called UVI, and it was originally military and DEFCON technology, but you drive through the scanner, and, like, it'll literally identify dents and tell you the size, and it can actually prepare an estimate for PDR just by driving through. It's unbelievable.
That's unbelievable.
Now, I don't know if you drove a golf ball through. Like, if you had one that really got beat up, I don't know if it would be able to process all of that. but I'm supposing that's going to come.
Yeah.
Like your good neighbor, you'll just drive through and boom, here's your sheet.
When you think about it, when they laser scan the tracks, hi, Michaela. Michaela Mickey down there giving a wave. But when you think about it, it's the same technology that allows us to laser scan tracks for virtual replication, right? Like, when there's a few of them down in North Carolina, Wilkesboro, before they reopened it. They laser scanned it so that, to the millimeter,
sure,
in video games and in iRacing and in simulators in the future, we'd be able to forever race at Wilkesboro in case they tore it down.
How about that? That's pretty cool.
It's pretty neat, man. I'm wondering if theoretically every drag strip's the same, but everybody who races knows that's not at all the same.
Yes, 100%.
It's not at all the same.
I love hearing the crews talk about the character that, like, oh yeah, the right lane has this, the left lane has that, and it may be minuscule, it may be barely measurable, but yet the car, like everything that tire sees on the track feeds right back up through the drive line, and all the data acquisition. It's mind-boggling to me.
And so I'm very curious to see if that'll ever come to drag racing, to see if, there's not a great deal of drag racing video games out there, but I would be very curious to see if it could perceive some of the differences. And, there's surface changes as you go throughout the, surface changes as you move throughout the, down through the track, right? Underneath that cause those kinds of changes. And there's also all right, John Barnett and Murder Nova, we need you in the lanes. John Barnett and Murder Nova, we need you in the lanes, please.
Well, we got one quiet second. I'd like to mention 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in the pavilion area. Our friends from RFC will have a non-denominational chapel service, so feel free to join them for that. 8 o'clock tomorrow morning in the pavilion. Love to see you there. I'm sure they would too. Thank you, Adam, for coming over and doing that for us. We appreciate you.
I'd also like to give a shout out to RFC for the great work they do at tracks everywhere, man. They could be in Mafia if they wanted to. They were at every track. If they wanted to. Yeah, it'd be an interesting kind of Mafia, but they would be a Mafia. All right. So Jimmy Bradshaw doing the hard work out there while we sit in the air conditioning. Tell you what, it's a lot nicer than the previous event here in June. I think it was in June. And, well, I'll tell you what, first off, all right, and I say this as somebody who Missouri is near and dear to my heart. If you're scheduling any event in June in Missouri, you can just forget about it.
Yeah, it was air you can wear, and I was actually surprised. My watch keeps telling me it's less than 80 degrees today.
It doesn't feel like it.
It feels hot out
it
there
does.
to me.
Yeah.
But, hey, we're in that part of the country where the weather changes fast, and you could have anything, right? This week, I think they changed the forecast for this weekend like 100 times. I'd check the app. 90% chance of rain, 40%, 30%, 50.
Yeah.
Right? It's like over, under. I don't know. What I do know is we're going to have a beautiful evening here this evening, albeit it may be still just a little warm, but the sun's off the bleachers out there now. So, again, welcome to the fans in the stands. We're glad to have you out here. You're in for a real treat. We got the sun off the seats now, so you don't have to broast on those nice warm aluminum bleachers. So we appreciate you coming out for a little entertainment here this evening, and entertain you we will.
Indeed. It's going to be a fantastic event as our pro mods get ready to rock and roll. Shouldn't be too much longer now. I don't see anybody up there, or anybody doing work on the track. I think Bradshaw might be about done. And so we'll make sure he is good to go. Richard down there, you ready for pro mods? He's giving me a little, he's giving me a thumbs up right there. Good to see all y'all coming out to the old drag strip here. You know, Kansas City, how many years was it that Kansas City didn't have a drag strip nearby? I mean, MoCan was up there, but how many years was it between KCIR and...
I think KCIR closed, and I'm not a KC historian. I'm a transplant. I'm an import. But I believe it was around 2010 when they closed, and I could be wrong. So we opened last year.
Yeah.
So it was a good long 14 years. Now, there was Heartland Park, but then, of course, that went away too. But in the Kansas City area, there was so much good racing. I hear all the stories from the locals that, all the programs they used to run there at KCIR. Interestingly enough, when we got scoreboards at one of the tracks I used to run at in Illinois, Cordova Dragway.
Oh, yeah.
We got scoreboards. I'm like, wow, we got scoreboards. They came from the old KCIR.
No kidding.
Right, recycled, right? So it was, and we welcomed that. But, boy, I didn't realize the heartbreak that happened here in the Kansas City area when that facility went away. I did not make that connection until I came here, moved here, and visited, talked with the local racers, it's like I understand that would be just
devastating. And it's not the same, even though there's a track an hour north, or how far is Topeka? Probably 2 hours.
Topeka was about 90 minutes or so.
90 minutes, yeah.
Something like
I mean,
that.
it's not the same though, right?
Correct.
It's every track has their own individual community.
So many cool things. I mean, they had something going on. I wouldn't say every night of the week, but there was always something going on at KCIR because it was, I mean, literally at the end of Nolan Road. So it's almost right in town, which was probably part of the reason that it went away. I mean, it wasn't, of course, like anything when it was built, and then
suddenly
it's in the city.
You ever wonder why Flying H is out here 45 minutes out of downtown?
That's
there
right.
you go. Ladies and gentlemen, here we go. It's promo time. As we get ready to rock and roll, we have two very intriguing combos here. The nitrous Camaro on the right side of Ryan Bush. He's racing out of Fort Smith, Arkansas. He's going up against the 2013 Corvette with a Whipple engine in it of Kurt Riffle. That's Wayne Roberts' car. And there he is right behind it, right behind the engine with the sunglasses on. And Wayne Roberts handing the keys over to Kurt Riffle. I'll tell you what, man. I love that Auto Smart Racing Corvette. I love new body Corvettes in pro mod action just because there's something different, You're seeing a little bit more of them here and there, but they're a little different,
It's such a diverse class, right? With all the different body styles you see, the new generations, the old generations, the little nitrous perks there. That's going to be fun later on when it cools off a bit more.
Oh, yeah.
Sun goes down a bit more, it'll be taller than us. And we're on the second floor.
And so, we make our way over to Kurt Riffle and Bush, Mr. Ryan Bush. Off we go. Oh, Riffle holds on to it. Meanwhile, Ryan Bush with a smooth A to B run. You'll take that. You'll take that. I would take it too. A 370 for Ryan Bush and a uneventful 370 with a little 2 at that. 370 is something I would be pretty happy to go, to be quite honest with you.
Riffle over there, that would almost be, should be a Pontiac because that was exciting for him. Wheels up, half sideways, drove through, of course, all good, but
nasty bite there. And so I'm hoping that everybody is in the lanes. I would hate for that to be the case, but I hate for people to be missing, but I know we were looking for a few of them. Who were we looking for? We were looking for Blue. We were looking for Murder Nova. For the record, his last run was not too shabby, if I dare say so myself. I'd like to send a very special welcome to Ryan Griffin. Beautiful. All right, and that'll bring us up to our next pair. All right, who we got coming up here? On the left side, it's Keith Haney. And on the right side, Callie Mills. Haney coming into this one, sitting down in points. But, you know, this year, not exactly been his year. He's been competitive, but he's not going to defend the title. Meanwhile, on the right side, it is a girl who has, I would say, set the world on fire. She had a tremendous run at the other pro mod event she did during the summer break. She's been running no prep stuff still, and this beautiful American Pride Golf Carts pro mod named Scarlett, new to her, new to the world. It was born just last year. It's less than a year old.
Well, it is a beautiful car, and that's a reminder to the fans in the stands. You have an all-access pass. You don't get that anywhere else but here. So head on out after this round and see the drivers, meet the drivers, grab some merch, get a close look up at these cars. They are absolutely, not only are they innovative, not only have they used imagination, the craftsmanship on these things is just incredible. Definitely worth a close look. If you think they look good from here, you ought to see them up close.
You really do. You got to see them up close. They are insane up close.
And I tell you, these cars got big blowers and big nitrous purges, but they got big personalities behind the steering wheel. That's probably as much fun as anything else, is meeting the drivers, meeting the crews. There is some real characters here. You will love it.
Here's two of the bigger personalities in the sport, man. Right here is Keith Haney.
Keith Haney, yep, you know my name. Black Mamba over there in the M&M Trans lane.
And on the right lane, that is a Camaro. Got the blower on the top, boogies down. How about a 366 and a 362? And so, well, Scarlett and Callie just declare, here, we're just going to drop this on y'all right now.
Well, I'll tell you, look at the reaction time. Haney was 005. Mills in 07. That's just nasty.
Oh, that's Ed Thornton. And so Haney goes 366, and that will slot him in number 2. Push Ryan Bush down to number 3, and Kurt Riffle is going to stay at the bottom of the sheet, and I would anticipate he's going to be at the bottom of the sheet when you finish round 1 of qualifying. The 5'11", he did well just to keep it out of the wall. Speaking of keeping it out of the wall, Keith Goulsby is here, and he went for a ride in testing as well. All right, so we wait for D-Bar D Racing and the Ed Thornton team to come on back here. There it is. Tell you what, man, Ed Thornton missed our last race in Michigan, and it was weird without him. It's the first race he's missed since I think 2021 or something like that.
Yeah, that's a long run.
Keep in mind, man, like there are NHRA top fuel teams that don't hit every stop.
Yes.
Let alone a pro mod, which is a very much more shifty, topsy-turvy world with guys who have jobs during the week.
Sure, work all week and then come out here and work all weekend.
Yeah.
These cars look like it. These guys make it look easy, and maybe they think it's easy. I'm telling you, I don't think it's easy.
No.
I think every run, even a nice, smooth-looking run. Oh, I don't know. That probably feels pretty good.
Mm-hmm.
Callie's run was really smooth going down through there. Looked really good, but these cars are booking. They're ridiculously fast.
They are indeed, and so
they are a handful. You watch if these, and I don't think anybody. Well, I guess we did have one car kind of square the tires, but man, they get into tire shape. It's beyond violent.
It's incredibly violent. And so I'm going to tell you right now, look at that right car. Do you know who that is? It's Mike LeBate. That's right. The Angry Bird is sitting at home.
Ah.
And right now, that is the Corvette that he will be driving in the Northern Suite. Yeah, here we go. So he's going to shake the tires, and Thornton gets out of it. He was making a dart towards the wall. So that's Ron Potenzo's twin-turbo 1963 Corvette on the right side. As I was saying, Potenzo has announced a team-up with Mike LeBate, because LeBate staged out of New Mexico. So when we race in, even St. Louis, Kansas City, especially
That's a
Michigan, that's a hike.
Yes, it is.
And so Ron Potenzo is based out of Michigan, I do believe. And so he said, hey, I'll tell you what, I'll haul the car to Kansas City, Michigan, and you fly here and race it, and then you haul the car and race it to Dallas, Tulsa. That's a match made in heaven.
That's a win-win
That's
right
a
there.
win-win, right?
Fantastic.
And so that will allow, I believe, them to basically run one entry with two cars. Cut right down on the flying. Potenzo will fly down to the events in Tulsa and Dallas to watch a team, and so it's a sweet alliance.
Absolutely. No, that's perfect alignment
really
right there.
excited.
You're going to recognize this pair
Oh, yes.
if you have ever turned on the television or YouTube.
Yeah. You're going to recognize these two, ladies and gentlemen. This is Robin Roberts on the left-hand side. Roberts. Coming to you in a 1968 Pontiac Firebird. Going against Sean Ellington, a.k.a. Murder Nova. Now, I'll tell you right now. Murder Nova, the talk of the town after the last event in Michigan. I'm going to talk about it. I got to talk about it. I'm sure you saw it.
I saw it.
It'll be interesting to see if he stages first. That's what I'll tell you right now. All right, because that was the thing, right? Eric Wells put it on his fuel tank. If you stage first. But this car is the baddest there is right now in the Midwest in pro mod racing. Just hard stop. It set the quickest time to the 8th mile of any pro mod in the nation 2 weeks ago. And that's at any event. And so I think guys are going to try and play the mind game against Sean, and it's a thing of respect because they know if they both get an even light, there's no keeping up with a car that came within spitting distance of Mark Mickey's personal record and the Midwest record. And look at this.
Roberts goes right in.
Yeah. Sean stages second. From A to B, a 363.0 and a 363.2. That's a drag race right there, man.
Boy, I'm telling you.
Oh,
Roberts out first, but he was a bit red. Just 008, so he ain't foul.
I'll tell you, Ellington has beat at just about every increment. We'll take a look here. Yeah, so he has beat to the 60, slightly beat to the 330, and at the 660, a 363.2.
Dead heat at the 660, two foul apart.
But he was picking up speed, right?
He was rolling hard on the big end.
Had an extra 12 mile an hour, and that's really where that combo is going to get you. But you'll notice what he did, though. I mentioned it in the moment. He didn't stage first. He staged second.
Yes, he did. Yep.
And so...
well, I think it's, it's... you watch these cars, the turbo cars bump in, right? They're going to put them on boost. They're going to get it the way they want it to launch. There's a lot going on, and it may look easy, and it may look like it doesn't take, like it takes forever. But I'm telling you what, even if you don't have to build boost, from the time you bump in until the time the tree is on, is like the flash, is just a flash. I mean, it's right now. And these guys have got to get the car set, get up on the brake, on the chip. Oh, beautiful burnout there in the left lane with the CUDA. The billboard stripes on that car, man, it stands out in the crowd. Looks like we got a single run here.
And so this will be Jacob McNeil. Here he is, the man who, I don't want to say committed the crime, because that would imply that he did anything illegal.
Something wrong.
Yeah, he actually took 4.5 to 5 seconds, was the official count. And, I mean, shoot, these are complicated machines. That's enough. 4.5 is, you could have extra flips and switches you need to press, right?
Yes.
Like, car in there's different. Some of them you legitimately have to push buttons for that long. But this is the guy right here who's sitting second in points. He called me probably 3 separate times over the previous week asking when the points were going to be due and if he was adding them right in his head.
Sure.
He was, for the most part. He was missing one thing.
What was he missing?
But he was missing. He was missing that we don't drop a race on the 7-race season.
There you go. Ooh, yes.
If he did, he would be ahead of Aaron Wells. He'd be your champion to beat. But right now, Aaron Wells is going to try and put an extra round of distance between him and Jacob McNeil. Ooh, keep it off the wall there, buddy.
That tightened me up.
Yeah, it did. Yeah, it did. I'll tell you what, man. That was hairy. And you can only lose the race in qualifying, man. Like, you can't win the dang race in qualifying. Get out of there.
Oh.
I don't like hero driving, but there is a time for it.
Yes.
What was interesting is you could see him coming tracking left from launch, right? And you could watch that. You could go, yeah, you got to get out of it. You could watch his thought process on the track. Oh. And so, cars getting paired up and ready to go. I'm talking. Giuliano and Wells coming up here. That might be a pairing right there. Mustang on
Cool.
Mustang.
I was going to say, yeah, with Ford fans, you're going to be happy here in a couple seconds or a minute or whatever here. Two fantastic and iconic body styles, too, on this cars.
Mm-hmm. And so, Giuliano with the nitrous-assisted Mustang going up against Wells. I mean, Wells was running, I think, almost PBs in the last event, but he ended up putting a hole in his car. A whole engine went. He had a hole in his windshield.
Oh, no.
Looked like tiny meteors hit through. If you look, there's actually scars on the front hood. There's the whole body cracked. And I got it fixed up and ready to go and answered the bell in round 1, 2. And we will take a look here as they fire them up and get them ready to rock and roll. And so, Mustang on Mustang, here we go. Aaron Wells on the left-hand side, your 2019 champion of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Runner-up in Shakedown earlier this year as well. Personal best, 361. Meanwhile, Giuliano here, left side, he set a personal best in his last race here at Flying H, or excuse me, the last Smackdown at Flying H last year. He likes this track. He races out of Iberia. Here we go. Look at Giuliano hike the skirt up across the line.
Track for Giuliano. Wow.
And a 365 and a 4. A great run there from Aaron Wells, indeed. And so Wells will run the 365 at 2:03. Meanwhile, Giuliano, quick, and also putting on a little bit of a show there. He ran
170 miles an hour at the half track with the front wheels in the air. If that's not an exciting ride, I'm not sure what is.
Yeah, right? And so Giuliano, 370. That'll put him 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I'll put him 6th. So right in the middle of the mix. Right now, your number one qualifier, Callie Mills, then Sean Ellington, or then Robin Roberts, then Sean Ellington. And following that, it's going to be Aaron Wells. Here's a guy who had a speed date with Lady Safety, a.k.a. the Cones. That came earlier today. He went wild and wacky at about 500 feet, took out almost every cone beyond that. He had a hole in the front, a second hole in the front, and he had a cone stuck, like latched into the blower, too.
Oh, shoot.
And so...
Oh, he was bowling for dollars out there right down the center of the track.
Yeah.
It looked to me like stayed with it, too. Man, if I'm out in the white part, there's nothing there to get a hold of. I'm probably going to live.
Yeah. I think he did end up lifting, but he did well not to put it in the wall. That thing was on a heater. It was not wanting to cooperate, and so Keith Goulsby here on the left side will make his roll in. Lyctic Butt Racks for being a sponsor of Keith Goulsby, as well as Champion Autolift and Poseidon Oil Field. That's a great run for Goulsby. 3.70 and a 4. Out come the chutes, and he'll drive right through it. So a great run there from Keith.
Yeah, he just made it look easy.
He did.
70 at 202.
I say
straight down Broadway. There was no drift there. That was a beautiful pass.
I say a few times, the best thing you can do, really, to me, is have what I would say a boring run.
Yes.
A to B. There's no real such thing as boring when you're driving a pro mod, but you know what I'm saying.
Sure.
A to
that's
B.
got to be a real confidence builder for him after having the incident, right?
Yep.
And punting the cones to be able to put it down like that. So tip of the cap to the crew and Keith, being able to put that thing right down through there. I don't think it's any fun to have to manhandle these things. And he made it look simple. So I'm sure it's not. But so he'll come into the next qualifying round, I think, with a high level of confidence.
I think so too, and that's a program that's really turned around. It's gained a lot of quickness over the year. Needs a little bit of luck, but he's finding the times. So that'll bring Blower Bob out here. Oh, we got a hat.
Zoomies.
Yeah.
Collecting a hat there, putting it in low Earth orbit.
Hey, man. Those are not safe.
That awning there for the starter is pinned down for a reason. So
Yep.
we turn it into to a hot air balloon if it wasn't anchored down.
So John Barnett, something wrong there. They're taking a look at the car. So Pro 420 to the lanes. J&A Service funny car if you're not in the lanes. You need to be there. And Top Dragster is on standby.
One more treat for you, too. The Officers versus Outlaws will be immediately up after the funny car, so kind of got a special treat for you here.
Ooh,
tonight.
I like that.
Yeah, it's got a nice ring to it, doesn't it?
Doesn't it?
So we'll...
Who do you root for, Officers or Outlaws?
Sure. Well, I guess it just depends. You know. We're going to have some context around that.
It depends on if the Outlaws are paying me or not.
Are the lights behind me or in front of me?
Yeah.
That could be part of it. Right? If there's red and blue, I don't want them behind me.
No.
I've got too much experience with that particular phenomenon. I don't need any more. And you know, I was joking with them, with the officers a little bit earlier today, and I didn't get a straight answer. The joke was, if I get stopped and they say, "Hey, do you think you have a license to speed?" Do I have the nerve to hand them my competition license, and would that be funny, or would it be fatal? And I think they were leaning towards fatal.
I think so. I think so.
Outlaws aren't all here. I kind of know.
That's fine. I knew he had it.
Yeah, he was.
I can't see it from
Handled it well, man.
He did.
All right, attention, attention, attention. Time slips will be at the starting line. Time slips will be at the starting line. Jordan Epper, Jesse down there. Howdy. You driving? Yeah. So you're driving dragster this week, and Michaela, are you driving the dragster this week? No. Only one. All right, there you go. We missed you guys in Michigan. I don't know what the deal was there, but you probably missed setting your personal best. I'll tell you that. But your reigning champion in Top Dragster, sitting right there with the girlfriend. The other girlfriend's back thrashing in the pits, I'm sure. Callie Mills. Well, actually, I don't think she's thrashing. Probably Callie's probably sitting pretty with the 362 and the number one qualifier. So, I'd be pretty chuffed if I was her. And so we wait on our next pair of cars to fire up here. Brian Griffin's still back there somewhere. We got Barnett pushed off. There he goes. That's a shame, too. I was excited to see that. It's a beautiful car. So that should give us the fire 'em up sign for our next pair. I'd like to thank Summit Racing Equipment. Spoke to a rep there earlier today. They were always so nice and so helpful. It cost me nothing. It cost me nothing. I had to order backup some spare decals.
Oh, okay.
For the series, and I'm like, hey, give me about 400 of those. And they said, we got them overnighted to you. And I'm like, I
Fantastic.
appreciate it.
Generally, when I call, I got to provide a credit card.
You know, it's the same with me too. That and one of our other sponsors, the RacingJunk.com Classifieds. Well, I swear, those are the two most
stay away from
dangerous websites on the internet, aren't they?
Oh my! Yeah, it's like an endless array of things that you want, right? It's like Facebook Marketplace, Racing Junk.
Yep.
No.
Summit, yep. But you know what RacingJunk.com is great for is if the wife ever is like, we need a new coffee table or maybe we need a new shelf or something, you go onto RacingJunk.com and you find old wings. I don't care if it's the wing of a Pro Mod, if it's a park bench wing that you can slap on off of a Honda Civic circa 2004, an old IndyCar kart IRL wing. Find one of those. Oh, honey, we need a new end table. All right, slap me up some Hoosiers, and
There you go. Perfect.
I'll put a piece of glass on top of it. That's your one-stop shop for all the furniture you could need too. Wink, wink, nudge, nudge. And so that'll bring us into Funny Car, your top alcohol funny car, brought to you by J&A Service. J&A Service, proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series, presented by J&A Service. Wonder where that came from, right? Jim and Annie Whitley, by the way. That'll bring us to Kirk Williams. On the left side, on the right side, excuse me, that is going to be the one, the only, Kyle Smith. Now, Kyle Smith, I think, is owner of the best photograph taken in the last race here. Because you remember we had that storm come through on Thursday night? It's a picture of him with lightning striking in the background.
The lightning in the background.
Yeah.
That was phenomenal.
And the cotton candy wagon, as I like to call it, with the pink and baby blue. The lighting was perfect. Our friend Courtney Paulshock took that. And here we go. Kirk Williams on the left side, the 2025 Camaro. It's around 371 before. Smith ahead of the tree. Whoa. Hold on there. And he takes out our mile-an-hour cone and the 8-mile cone. We'll go and retrieve them. Safety should be rolled up there. And he hasn't touched the wall, so he'll pull the chutes. Let's talk about the run itself, though, because I'll tell you what, man. Those two were separated by a sneeze.
Yeah,
The margin,
they were welded together all the way down.
they were. Both those times are going to be thrown out, but as the data reads, it's a 66 and a 65, and as I look at the numbers, I think that's not too far off for either of them. It's a 366 for Kyle Smith. That's, again, not going to count. Kirk Williams, 365, not going to count. But I wish our margin of victory and distance of victory was accurate. It's not, because as the beams cross, they hit that reflector, and then they bounce back to a sensor. And when you break that sensor, when you break that beam, or that connection is broken, that's when the timing system stops. So
Right, down there picking up the pieces right now.
Yeah, so when you punt it, it breaks the system, and it says, hey, you crossed the line.
Yep. Yeah, whether it did or it didn't in the other lane, as soon as that block gets punted, that the timer stops for that incremental. So we'll be down there picking up some debris, picking up the crumbs of the cone, the actual. So there's our foam blocks.
It's
that
like
just
a
get
Nerf
glued.
ball.
Yeah, it is like a Nerf ball. And then it, as Luke's mentioned, there's a reflector in there.
Like a bicycle reflector is really all it
Sometimes
is.
when those get hit like that at 170 or 80 miles an hour, they turn into confetti, I guess, right? It looks like broken glass.
Yeah.
Like shards of broken glass. So I don't know if it shattered the reflectors, but it might take a little bit to get that debris picked up. Get a few new, actually, I guess 4 new cones glued down, because I think we took out all 4.
Yep.
And we'll make sure that we get greens up here in the tower once we get those restored. And when I say greens, make sure that the race control computer is reading that beam is getting reflected back.
Yep. We have most places they have almost a diagram. It's let's see, it'd be 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 lights, and they're all labeled. And it's like, if one of the lights is out, that means we don't have a signal from that specific beam. And so we'll get those fixed. The good news.
I actually think we set a record here today. I think that's the most cones that we've punted in one day here at Flying.
Well,
it's not a record we really want to have.
It's a young track, I'll say that. I've seen worse than what we hit. 1, 2, 3, 4 for Goulsby, 2 for Smith. So 6. I've seen more than 6.
I have at an event. I don't know that we've done it here, so
yeah.
Not something we aspire to do.
You know, some guys, they really strive for greatness. They think they can take out 6 in a single run.
Well, you wouldn't think, too, and you mentioned before the holes in the front of the car. So this carbon fiber won't take even that Nerf ball at 180 or 90 miles per hour. Will do some really serious damage. So crews are out there, I'm sure, patching up some holes.
Yeah, I remember when Jerry Hunt got his 55 Chevy Pro Mod. Was it Jerry Hunt or was it? I think it was Jerry Hunt with his 55 Chevy Pro Mod. He ran into a cone at Gateway at one of our events, and it was only the 8th mile cone, right? So he missed the 1,000, and he, it was a little more violent in terms of it just suddenly turned on him. It wasn't a fight. He was still going, he was still moving at 1,000, right? And it was the most perfect square you have ever seen. It was. I could have taken a Sawzall and not
cut it, yeah,
and not cut as perfect of a square in the front end of that car. In fact, it was shocking because it was one of those where it was probably my second year drag racing announcing, and I was like, dang, you know, that's where you realize the power that these cars are moving. And think of it too like a bird strike on a jet plane. If you're going fast enough, even a little bird that's, you know, couldn't hurt you if you were standing still.
Right, takes out the turbines, yes. Now this, I was talking to one of the track folks from SGMP, South Georgia, and they have bonded steel plates to the track where the blocks are, and then put magnets on the cone. So we glue them down with silicone.
That's just the industry standard.
Magnets on the block and a little flat steel plate on the track, so they can go out there lickety split, drop a new one on there, and they're
That's
gone.
ingenious.
It
That's
is pretty
genius.
Smart. Yeah, I thought so.
No,
we might have to steal that. You know,
Yeah,
let someone else innovate and I'll follow is easier than being on the bleeding edge.
Every other track I've been to just glues them down, basically. They put a silicone glue down there. And
evidently, maybe they set some kind of like Guinness World Record for cones getting blown up. And
yeah, they're like, we're done with this. We're done with this.
So, yeah, that's the, unstoppable force, meaning the immovable object, just
Yeah.
right? And they're out of here, so.
Or rather, maybe the stoppable force meeting the movable object.
Well, it does. We did get them stopped.
Yeah, we got them stopped, and there is a lot of moving going on at those cones. If you ever go to a top-level NHRA, like a Nitro show, I've seen it with Pro Mods happen too, but it's a little more common with the top fuelers. You can see the headers blow the cones off sometimes. They don't even have to really get all that close to them. The cones just get launched.
I didn't realize either, so, but I was at Gainesville this year and worked the safety safari, and they changed those blocks out between rounds for different classes that are running. So they take the 1,000-foot ones, take them out for the quarter-mile stuff, and then the motorcycles require a different one because they have such a small area to break the beam. The reflectors are in a different position in those blocks. So literally, when they change classes, they're out there changing those blocks to match that, whichever class is getting ready to run.
I don't think I've ever noticed that. You know,
I wouldn't ever have either, but I happened to be over the wall. I was a spotter, and they're like, "Do you want to do the 1,000-foot? And you got to change the cone." I'm like, you know what? I think the 1320 looks pretty good. I don't know that I want to be responsible for the national event level, having no training and no experience. Which cone is which? They all look alike to me.
Yeah.
But the height of the little hole for the reflector's just slightly different.
We're getting those glued down. I think we have the first one down. We're getting the second one down here. But, safety safari, one of those jobs, the safety crew that, like, you don't really pay much attention to, and the idea is you don't pay attention
Correct.
to it.
Well, and you miss a lot, too, if you're not there and really watching, like the telecast and the live stream, the .tv, all that stuff, they'll pan off and they'll play some other, highlight reel or whatever while the carnage is being tended to on the track. So even though you've got an army of people out there doing work, you don't see that happening, right? So just suddenly, poof, hey, we're back live and we're running cars again. So very interesting. It was a really good experience. Taught me a lot about what has to happen to get these cars safely down the track and what we got to do when there's some sort of an incident.
Now, I talked to Tyler Wells earlier, and I'm putting up a video of that on our social media at Facebook. Just put that up there. He's only got, you remember, he won in Tulsa. He became here, and it was like, oh my gosh, this kid's unreal, right? And
Sure.
he was going to go to the final round. He didn't lose until the final round in Shakedown in Michigan.
That's incredible.
And he lost to a guy named John Vesper, who's a very kind, very talented racer. And so he got to, I think, 12-1. I think was what he ended up being at.
Boy, that's a lot of rounds of racing in a tough class. I mean, this is battle here.
It's brutal.
Oh my
it's
gosh,
brutal.
It's brutal.
And so then he goes to Michigan again, right? He goes to the final round, and he said they put they were tinkering with the box and they put a little too much. They put a little too much in it, right?
A little too much juice.
Yep. And he goes, if we would have touched it, we would have had him. But guess who beat him again? John Vesper.
Oh my gosh.
And so.
Yeah, they just set it on 11. Should have just left it on 10.
Yep. And so he's like, I would have had it too. But John Vesper, of course, was ready. And Tyler was like, man, I want to race him again. I want to.
Well, I have something I call Missouri rule of thumb.
Yep.
It's a little is good, a lot's better, too much is just right.
Yep.
And so that's the 11, Well,
yep.
Turn it up one notch too much.
Yeah.
And I don't know the first thing about, this whole tuning thing is an art and a science of its own.
Mm-hmm.
But I was actually looking at one of the cars. It was a street car, but, using the words loosely. But literally, on the little box next to the shifter, it had a dial, and it went from 1 to 10. And that was like 800 to 1,800 horsepower, and that's literally all you had to do was just click, click, click. Don't have the faintest idea how that worked, but I thought it was brilliant and fun too, right? I'm going to turn it up to 11. There was no 11 in that case. But.
I tell you what, man, I saw this post. I think it was, I wish I could remember who it was. Streetcar. What is a streetcar? What's the requirements for streetcar to you? There's a streetcar class. I'm team if you could drive it on the street and not get pulled over. It's a streetcar.
Okay.
Is it legal?
I think we have broken all those rules, right?
Yeah.
But I think you do need to be able to drive it.
Yeah.
And there are cars easily making whatever, well, depending on, again, how you tune them. But, you look at the drag and drive stuff, they detune those and they'll drive them from here to Tulsa to wherever they went next, right? I mean, all over the place. And yes, they're street legal. For me, even if there's a blower sticking out of the hood, I just want to be able to rumble down to Dairy Queen and get a cone and rumble back home and not have to tangle with the law.
Not tangling with the law is usually the thing I aim for in most cases.
A lot of times we'll talk here, what's more fun, the burnout or the wheel stand, right, in the door cars? And the answer is always both, but it's a little hard to do wheel stands for me, at least on the street. But I can let the smoke out of almost anything, and it is fun. I'm sorry. There's probably a couple of rental cars that were crying for relief.
Speaking of fun and speaking of giggles, Jim Whitley and Mark Billington will bring us back to funny car racing. This is a fun pair right here. The Sons of Thunder, Thunder Alley Enterprise. Chevy Camaro out of Prosper, Texas, of Mark Billington. Jim Whitley out of Grand Junction, Colorado. The J&A Service funny car.
That Yenko tribute scheme on Whiteley's car.
It's a beauty. You've seen this here, there, everywhere. Jim Whitley races with us. He'll do NHRA funny car. He'll do anything funny car. Or Pro Mod. He's different Pro Mod too.
Yes.
He's a bad to the bone guy.
The first time y'all came here, I met Jim like really early on stacking in. And I asked him how many cars he had, and he said 4. He goes, but I only got 3 drivers. I said, well, I think it's time for me to upgrade. He goes,
there you go. How about a 62 for Whiteley? That's a monster run. He is the second quickest of anybody in any class. 3:62.3.
look at the top speed, 208 for both cars. I mean, identical nearly on the top speed.
Indeed, man. A 368 at 208 on the right side. It's that was going to bring us to our next pair, but I'm telling you, man, my heart goes out to Kyle Smith and Kirk Williams. I think they had numbers that might have been up there with
I think you're right.
Jim Whiteley, which is not usually an easy task because Jim Whiteley is one of the baddest dudes to ever do it. And so there's Shane Jesse down there. Talking to, he's got back to us, but I think that's Brandon Snyder as well. Snyder comes to us from Atmore, Alabama. One of our Pro Mod drivers when the occasion calls for it. One of our tuners when the occasion calls for it. One of our partiers when the occasion calls for it. We'll try to think of another
Dirty
thing.
job,
but
but somebody's
yeah,
got to do it. Might as well be him.
So there's Shane Jesse down there. Jordan and Michaela riding their scooters with no urgency whatsoever, despite Top Dragster being on standby. I got to give him trouble, you know?
Of course.
We got one Top Dragster over there. I go, Top Dragster on standby, and she's like, hi. I got a chuckle, too. Katie Laughter somewhere out here. I want to get an interview with her. You know, she set the stock block LS record.
That's incredible.
In Michigan. She set it in her twin turbo dragster.
I did read that, yes. I didn't see it happen.
It was, I think, a 4.0. You know, I have it. It's a 4.002, if I'm not mistaken. She said, 407 at 174. My bad. So she said she was going to ask on Monday. She's like, I'm going to ask Wade Pennington if we can turn it up because I want to go in the threes.
Right. You're that close. You want to put it on 11 and go.
It's like going at 199. It's like, really? That's the most insulting speed I could go.
That's just incredible when you think about that stock block. I don't know what kind of horsepower because I don't know how heavy that car is, but it used to be. You get around 1,000 horsepower stock block, that thing was going to get compromised, and I know that's way higher than that.
Oh yeah.
And these early on, you'd watch them just blowing them up, and they'd pull another one out of the boneyard and stuff it in there and go back at it. You know, some of these street racers, just to because they can.
Because they can, right?
$800, I got a new short block, right?
Right. She tried to make that run. By the way, she tried to do it in Kansas City, here in June, right? Because over the last year, she moved up from 67 millimeter to 76 millimeter turbos, and so that's really when Travis Cannon started to go, all right, and rub his hands together and go, we can start to talk now. And she wanted to do it in Kansas City, but Kansas City, as we discussed earlier, the weather was disgustingly hot.
Ugly, yes.
As a Minnesotan, y'all are hardcore in June.
Yeah, actually, I mean, hey, we're 75 degrees now.
Hey, that's not bad.
2,579 DA.
Hey.
84 grains. So for this being, and we've had a late summer this year here in Kansas City. Record highs, I think, last week. So fortunately, we weren't here racing last week.
Yeah.
Ambient was triple.
Yeah.
It was 100.
Ooh.
Just ugly. Absolutely miserable.
So as I was saying, though, she managed to do it in Martin. Nice, cool air. It'll be interesting to see what she does because she's going to add more. She says, but then also it's still warmer here than it was in Martin. In Martin, we were flirting with 50 degrees,
Oof.
but dry and not humid. And that'll bring us to Lance Van Howen. The best hair in the pits award, always, to the Van Howen Brothers Racing Team. And, of course, on the right side, it's Jeff Moniz.
A little different combination for Moniz.
Mm-hmm. He's got running Nitro in that.
Yeah,
a little A-fuel.
when he did the burnout earlier, that's one of the first cars that I was close to earlier today during testing, and he went, and I'm like, oh man, I love the smell of methanol in the morning.
Yeah.
And I'm like, wait a minute.
That's-
and then when he put it on the high side,
Yeah.
and I'm like, oh.
That ain't methanol.
It made me tear up a little bit because the breeze was blowing across. I was getting something out of my car, and he put it in. He put a good bit of a cloud of nitro up.
Yeah, he did. So I do want to point out that our class is alcohol dragster, right? And so you're going, well, how do the rules state? Our rules do state alcohol, but all of the dragsters basically agreed to let Jeff run because Jeff is not going to run a top fuel dragster NHRA number at where he's at right now. So he'll be competitive. It's
Man, these things just make, and Nitro makes a dump truckload of torque, so.
Yeah.
And I know they've probably come a really long way. When the first Nitro combinations come out, boy, it was a struggle to get them to 60 foot because they just wanted to blow the tires off. So.
I think Moniz shut down there. And so we're going to let Van Howen stage. Right down Broadway. Van Howen with a 385. And it's good to see him back and racing. Jeff Moniz, though, you saw his crew member come up and actually step in the beams so that the timing system could engage for Van Howen. But I feel bad for that. It's always fun to see Nitro and alcohol run side by side, man. It really is. Like you said, the Nitro, the torque is unreal. And so actually, to an extent, to the first how many ever feet, those alcohol dragsters will get off the line.
Sure. Well, and I love it. That was a converter car, I think, there. But, I still like the high C when they're running 3 pedals and swapping feet. And they put that thing that it sounds like 50 grand, but I know it's whatever.
Yeah.
But it's the multitude of combinations and the competitive rules package is just incredible that you can have different fuels, different power adders and all that.
It's what makes, and I know, okay, attention to the pits. Race Star Wheels, top dragster to the lanes. Race Star Wheels, top dragster to the lanes. The 6 and 7 and top Sportsman, you guys are on standby. You'll be in 3 and 4 when we call you, but that's not right now. You're on standby. It's what makes it, and I don't need to toot our own horn here, but you're talking about the combinations. I think that's really what makes the Midwest Drag Racing Series special. Is there's not a lot of pro mod series that have, and we'll use this for an example, nitrous going up against a blower going up against turbo, all in the same class.
All running within 100 or 2 of each other.
Within 100 or 2 of each other. You don't know who's going to win, right? Because it's a very
it's a driver's class for sure.
It's not an easy rule set to write either.
I can't imagine.
As is evidenced sometimes by some of the changes that we have to make mid-season because somebody figures something out and everyone goes, "Oh no." We don't run unlimited, you know. Meanwhile, here's Robbie Massey. But we don't run unlimited, nor do we want to, right? Because running unlimited, unfortunately, means you end up racing with your banks, with your bank account.
Yeah, I was just gonna say, that's a money race.
Who's richest? That's who wins. But to let guys have the builds they want is impressive, but it also lets anybody be able to race, right? Because there are guys out here who make considerably less than some of the other guys out here, right?
No, and it's great to be able to see them. And boy, Pro Mod has just absolutely exploded in popularity the last couple of years. I think it's over a year, maybe close to 2-year wait if you want a new one. So, but there's so many of these things that have come out of the mothballs. It's such a popular category.
You know, what's funny too is you say there's a 2-year wait to make it to if you want a new one. Guess what though? That means that you're going to continue to see more and more and more.
Oh yes, no, it's awesome.
All right, so here we go. It's Robbie Massey out of Des Moines on the right side. He's in the 2022. They're calling that a Camaro, but as is with funny cars, it's it's a funny car. Little left to drift out of the groove, and he'll pull the chutes at 207 mile an hour. Not bad. Look at the short number, 971 for Robbie Massey. Not too shabby. So 3.70 with a 7 is going to give Massey the third spot in qualifying as Lance Van Howen slots behind him, but we had 3 did not runs with Kirk Williams, Kyle Smith, and Jeff Moniz. All right, ladies and gentlemen, how about a little show for you here with Outlaws versus Officers coming to us all the way from Edmonton. How cool is that?
These cars, yes, from all over Edmonton. We got Oklahoma represented. It's this is going to be fun. It's such a cool class. It's such a cool cause, right? To really get people off the street, bring them out. Have the opportunity to be able to literally bring your car out in their races and race that officer. And I'll tell you, these cars, they're no slouch. I teched all 5 of these. So we have 1 outlaw this evening. We'll have more outlaws coming tomorrow because these are working class folks.
Yep.
So we'll have some more outlaws out here tomorrow. They'll make a couple of runs here. Our officers will this evening. And then we got kind of a cool treat for you. The first outlaw that's here is actually a 56 Morris Minor with a blown small block Chevy in it, and I'm telling you, the car is art. So these guys are pitted at the far end of the pits, reasonably close together. You're going to want to get down there and take a look at these. So that's Mike Winnick in the left lane.
All right, so just as a reminder, real quick, time slips are on the starting line. You will have physical time slips on the starting line. Thank you to all of our racers. Hey, you're talking, though. Tell me about this.
So Mike Winnick in the M&M transmission lane in the 72 Duster. This car, all the way from Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, as you mentioned.
Lovely
right?
town, yeah.
And then Dale Seltzer there in the NSK lane in the little red Morris Minor. That car came out of a barn 5 years ago. And he bought it for $500.
You wouldn't even be able to tell. Oh, man.
Winnick gives chase. 522 for Winnick, 575 for Seltzer. So
I love this. This is so cool.
These cars are no slouch. I'm telling you what,
so
they're
cool.
bad to the bone. So we'll get into a little bit more detail as we see them come up again. So now we've got over there in the left lane now. We have that's Scott Graham. So from LASD. So what is LASD? That's Los Angeles Sheriff's Department Motorsports in the Barracuda. That car has a twin turbo Gen 3 Hemi. I may have that wrong. I think Winnick had the Gen 3 Hemi. This one has a honest to goodness. So the police car in the left lane actually has a 440 wedge. So it is, honest to goodness, a Chrysler power plant, as God intended, in the 68 Barracuda. And then we got Scott Graham we got Scott Halsey. We got a lot of Scotts going here. He's the Okie Trooper Racing Camaro over here in the NSK lane.
And these are actual policemen in their day-to-day job.
Either active or retired, right?
I love this.
So it is so much fun.
You know, usually I'm trying to run away when I see these lights. Not
yeah, this is so cool.
This is so cool.
553, getting down through there for the left lane, 557 in the right lane. So that's a great pair right there. So we should have, now listen, fans in the stands, grab your phones, turn on your cameras. You're going to want to watch this car in the left lane. It's an honest to goodness, previously done police car. So this car was in active duty for a good bit of time. Yes, that's a Crown Victoria. It does have a 557 cubic inch big block Ford in it.
And it also has a lovely good boy in the back. Look at that.
NA, yes, it does. So it's a K9 carrier right there.
How
so
about
when I say NA, nitrous assisted, he assured me they're having trouble getting this car to settle down on the starting line. So this one should carry the wheels if they haven't got it settled down too much. So not something you're going to see every day is a police car with the wheels hanging in the air. Did not disappoint.
Yep, see it.
Yeah, that Crown Vic was Ray Childs, actually. Ray, that was, a deputy sheriff's car. 1,200 horsepower-ish, 4,200 pounds. The car weighs 2 tons. It gets down there in just a little over 5.5 seconds. So that car, just incredible. So much fun, and we'll some of the events that they run, they'll actually invite people to come out and grudge race against these police cars. So just such a neat way to bring people in, pull them off the streets, show them how it goes here. I'm super excited. When he came and introduced himself this morning, Mike Winnick did, I'm like, oh my gosh, you and I need to be buddies, because we get so much negative publicity here in the KC area about alleged street racing that, I think there's a way to turn that. And so I got a lot of good input from them, ways to get a program started. So I'm looking forward to trying to put something together here with our local law enforcement and see if we can't get something like that started here.
Indeed.
But tip of the cap to them. First class operation. Head on over there. They've got hero cards down there. They've got decals. They got stickers. Big personalities. Beautiful cars. Every one of those is absolutely a work of art. So sneak on down there and get a look. Meet them. Big personalities. All thank you to them. Tip of the cap for their service that they've provided, their public service for some of them for decades as police officers, and now some retired, some still active. But tip of the cap to them and Blue Line Racing and all of them for coming out. just super cool.
Indeed, man. I love that a lot of these officers, they have things on there, and it's so true, too. It's race on the strip, not the street. And I like to remind all you guys, if you got to build a hot rod, man, take it somewhere where the safety crew is there, and take it somewhere where, if something goes wrong, you don't have, the others around.
Sure. Oh, yeah. No, this is not going to end well. Interestingly enough, Scott Graham's wife, the Barracuda that you saw go down, they're from L.A. now, but she was actually from Edmonton, Alberta.
No kidding.
Yeah, so it's just, the connections, the relationships, the racing family, and it's just incredible how closely knit we are, even though we're, light years apart.
They have a track up there, Rad Torque Raceway, outside of Edmonton. And I always wonder, what's your season like? Do you get 2 full months in or no? do you stay open year round, but you just have to put chains on the tires?
When I look at, so I got friends in Wisconsin, got friends in Michigan, friends in Minnesota, and when I visit one of those states, I often refer to it as I want to come during the 2 weeks of summer. Now, it's not quite that bad, but
Archer, hey, you've been up.
It is beautiful when it is summer. There's none better.
There's none of that 100-degree days. We get about 2 of those a year. Is 100 degrees, and I always say our 4th of July is 75 and sunny until 10:30 at night. That's about
incredible.
as God intended. Don't ask me how it is in the winter. Here we go. Now about that show, it's Dave Pierce on the right-hand side. And on the left-hand side, that is the one and only Macy Higgins. And Pierce getting us started with our Pro 420. It's brought to you by Fuel Tech. Fuel Tech, a proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. And Fuel Tech, a proud sponsor of Pro 420. Don't forget, we'll have the Skyview race cars, number 1 qualifier, $250 to win for that as well. And it is closest to the pin without going under 4.2 seconds. It is the fastest index you're going to find just about anywhere, I would say. 4.2 seconds to the 8th mile. I can't off the top of my head name a quicker index class anywhere.
No, I've not seen one.
And so a lot of these cars are tuned down Pro Mods or tuned up Top Sportsman.
As a matter of fact, I'd even say I think these are a half second faster. Because I think the 470 index class is pretty popular around the country. They're a half second slower than these.
Yeah, half
girls,
second
right?
slower than these guys. A lot of these drivers, former or future Pro Mod drivers as well. My ears start to ring and my heart starts to palpitate. Here we go. 3/4 way stage up, all the way stage up. Red flag for Macy Higgins. He'll have to get out of it and reapply the pedal. He runs a 4:03, and I tell you what, man, it's hard when you're sitting up here watching the difference and the discrepancies in speed to tell who's on it.
It is.
But
yeah.
you knew for a fact that one of those two guys was either way too fast or way too slow.
It looked like Higgins was pushing over towards the wall a little bit from here. A little hard to see when it gets down track. I know the lighting is fantastic here, but from this perspective, it's just a bit hard to see. But got down through there still, 4:30, pretty good. So stayed with it.
Yeah.
Put it back in the groove. With the Pro Mod starter kit, so to speak. But boy, I'll tell you what a great entry point to get yourself seated into a fast Northslammer class.
Indeed. And so Pierce runs a 5.3 and a 5.18 for me, or a 4.18. And that's going to bring us to our next pair. On the right side, it's Jarrett Johnston. Or Jeremy Johnson, excuse me. So Jared Johnston on the right side.
It's in the pits, Top Sportsman. This is your call to 6 and 7. Top Sportsman, bring them on up. We do want you at 6 and 7.
Top Sportsman. Compressed air supercharging Top Sportsman to 6 and 7. As we turn our attention back to the Fuel Tech Pro 420, Jared Johnson on the right side, left side. It's going to be Daryl Hubbard of Deep RT Racing.
I think Jared's on small tires, too.
Oh, he is. Look at that. Oh, no. Yeah, and so Johnston going to come in quite slow there, but you might expect with a 5.69 and a 3. Meanwhile,
Like at about 250 feet out, the right door come unlatched on Johnston there.
yeah, so he let off of it for sure. And I had trouble spotting it just because of the time and where the track looks.
Yeah,
from
there
here,
was a
but
lot going on, but I saw the door jam like, oh,
Yeah.
we don't want to blow his doors off yet.
No, that was for the last event, thank you. Or was it Throwdown last year that we blew the door off a car? I think it was Throwdown last year we blew the door
One
off
of
a
the
car.
races, I think we had 2 cars that
I'll keep Ellen locked over there in the Ellen booth. Yeah, she's saying, she goes, if you've never been to World Cup, they fly off the door, fly off on the regular. And it's true. And so here's Case Huddleston and Rich Smith. Huddleston on the right-hand side, the 1963 Corvette. Has not been under 4.2 seconds here at this track, which actually bodes well for him. That means you stop on the loud pedal, go from A to B, and bing, bang, boom, you're going to be pretty close. Rich Smith in the 68 Camaro, with Virgin the Nitrous. Nitrous assisted machine there. You see it coming up a little bit as we take a look at the atmosphere changes in a second. But Huddleston, 63 Corvette. And as you know, say it with me, I licked the windows off of split windows.
oh, baby.
Ain't nothing not better.
Has to be one of the best looking cars ever built. If not the.
All right, how about that? I'll tell you about the helicopter in a second, but we figured out what was going on with the helicopter hovering over the top end.
Ah.
Meanwhile, though,
And I'll tell you about a helicopter we had hovering over the top end earlier.
it doesn't matter, though. We're just trying to shoot for 4.2 and a 4.21 for Huddleston, 4.27 for Rich Smith. Not too bad. You know, sometimes for some of these cars, I know Dave likes to ask, are you fast enough when he puts out the flyers for this? But it's like, hey, not every car can run a 410, and so you got to sometimes try and catch up to the 4.2.
Yeah, these cars are wicked fast. So what's up with the helicopter?
So we had a helicopter hovering over the top end that I didn't really see much of, just distracted me for a little second
Sure.
there if I sounded distracted. And we nearby, just across the street, we have a airlift.
Flight safety or airlift, yeah.
Airlift company. So they are often doing it, but they were hovering right at the top end. Turns out, due to an equipment malfunction, both the Kansas City airports, the region airports, were shut down. And so he was hovering, as we've figured out or learned, on the top end to keep planes from looking for lights and a landing strip, because
Oh
we
my
do look
gosh.
like a landing
We
strip
do,
from
yes,
above. So he
yes.
is hovering right there to keep planes from saying, well, there's a landing strip and going. So
Yeah, that's that negative Ghost Rider. The pattern is full. Don't be
Please.
buzzing this tower.
please do not touch. We've had, and it's happened at other tracks too. I know Tulsa's had it. Did South Georgia have one too? I think it was South Georgia who had one. Yeah, it happens. And when you look at Google Maps, they look similar.
Yes,
But
they certainly do.
yeah, so we had a helicopter hovering up there. We've learned that that's That's true. The cops with the flashing lights on there. I mean, yeah, you're. So we think
incredible.
the airlift company over beside us, not just for saving life with the life flights,
Sure,
but
yeah.
also for
Yeah,
briefly covering our butts.
sure. No, I'm glad to have them.
Yeah, right.
We had I'm not sure why or whatever, but we had one here this spring at Streetcar Takeover that landed out at the far end of the pits. And that was all fine. And then after the burnout contest, I think he was hovering but landed. But when he took off, he turned it into a tree trimmer.
Oh, yeah.
So he actually got into the trees.
Oh, no.
Hit the trees with the rotors. He did safely put it down, and it was expected to go off. But, you know, it was a harrowing moment just watching that, because usually when the rotors contact something on a helicopter, it doesn't end like that.
That's
Yeah, it's generally catastrophic. So, yeah, we got a free tree trim. And,
I don't envy the poor guy who has to explain to his boss why there's damage on the rotors. Here we go. Going up, keep it out of the 452 and a 7. Yep. I thought he might have been getting a little too close, but he lifted off just a smidge before.
yeah, just enough to drive
Yep.
it back in the groove there.
Yep,
Thank
he
you.
eased into it, and
So that car, I believe, came out of the mothballs. I'm thinking that it had not been raced for 10 years. And the gentleman, the car owner, passed away, and they acquired the car. The widow said, hey, we'd like to put this car back on the track and race again. And so they've gone completely through the car, went through the licensing procedure earlier this week here in testing, and finished up this morning.
Mm-hmm.
And is competition ready, so now they're just sneaking up on that 420.
yeah.
And
Well, and as our temperatures and our DA, air density altitude falls, they're going to get a little better tuning weather, and we'll see how we roll out there. But
yeah, we're about 100 feet closer. We're 2467 DA, 73 degrees, 83 water grain. So we're down one little teeny tiny water grain from a little bit ago.
hey, man, it makes a difference.
The track temperature is going down, so that, you know, it just looks like black pavement out there, but there's a very thin layer of rubber that Jimmy Bradshaw and Blake Housley have been grooming all week here. And that's actually like a living, breathing thing. And as it gets colder, that rubber doesn't stretch. So you might not think it's moving out there, but it actually has a tiny bit of stretch, even though it's glued, if you will, to the cement.
It's best to think of the track surface not as a hard surface, but almost like a dough. You got to
Yes.
knead it. You got to add a little bit of stuff. You got to push it out, soften it up. It
Great
works up.
analogy. I love that.
And that'll bring us to our Race Star Wheels top dragster. Our Race Star Wheels top dragsters. John Biaggi and Greg Rice come up here.
Good Lord. Yikes. Oh, look at the TA. Oh, I know. 700. Oh, man. That might be negative, might be.
Yeah. We were just talking about the DA, man, and attention, attention! We need juniors on standby. Top sportsmen to the lanes, please. Juniors, you are on standby. Juniors on standby. Look at the wheel stand from Biaggi. Keep it between the lines. Goodness gracious. Did you see the torque?
I did. They were. That's not something you really want to see.
No,
on a
no,
dragster. Not
not in a dragster.
Yeah, we didn't clear him for takeoff here. That's with air traffic control being compromised.
If you take off, the airports are closed down. There's nowhere to land, my man.
Yeah, he got it back down. I mean, it's still cracked there, 411.
He heard there was a helicopter. He wanted to get a good look at it. Oh, man. It's so Biaggi with a monster run.
For me,
It's a big shout out to Wade Billington Motorsports, the Pennington family. As Keith Youngblood in the driver's seat, he is your championship leader with, by a bit of a margin, here on the right side, Youngblood. We'll have to calculate the numbers, but tomorrow night he could seal it up. I got to do the actual math tonight. But Youngblood of Pennington Motorsports on the right side, I think he and Tyler Wells, who I saw come to the pits, those are your two big and nasty heavy hitters. And so Tim White will draw the Pennington Motorsports dragster. He's in the Spitzer out of Harrisonville, Missouri on the left side.
yeah, the short trip.
Yep.
Just up the road. Oh, another wheels up. Youngblood carrying him up.
Youngblood keeps it barely off with a mile-an-hour cone. Whew.
Boy, he goes through 410. Just 100th off the previous pass with the wheels in the air. This right lane is tight.
So you're a racer. That right lane, one car pulls left, the next car pulls left. Now there's rubber down. You're going to feel that if you're flying up on the right side, right? It'll pull you a little left.
It could, yeah. And I'm sure this crew's looking at that, where we're going to line that car up, which way we're going to point it. And there's a little bit of that, too. Making sure that it is absolutely pointed the way they want. Some of these cars tend to push one way or the other, I think, a little bit. The faster they go, obviously the more, I'm going to say violent, the more of that push you might have. See the crew there turning on the juice there for the right lane.
And look at that purge. It's an interesting angle. It comes out almost like a 45-degree angle. I was like, have I seen? Usually, if you see that, it's coming out of like onto a windshield or something,
Yes.
But it's just out into the open. It's not shooting up. It's not shooting out to the side. Huh. All right. Well, you see a little something new every time you go to the track, right?
Now, is this third black dragster in a row going to do a big wheel stand in the right lane? We'll
Let's
find
see,
out.
man. It's got the wheelie bar, so hopefully not a huge one. Up across a 404 and a 440. And so a little palindrome there as numbers get shuffled around. 404 there for Roland Ring out of Sioux Falls and Lloyd McClure on the right side of 440. I'd like to give a shout out, by the way. Sioux Falls, lovely city. I don't know if you've ever been. They got a waterfall park right now. It's downtown.
Worthy of note, they patrol the daylights out of, I think it's I-29 that runs up through there. You really don't want to put it over the speed limit because they are very likely patrolling your stuff. I haven't made that drive for a little while, but it's...
They've pulled my dad over out there, I'll tell you that.
Behind me again. I don't like those.
Here's Terry Kamler out of Freeburg on the right side. Rottler Competition Racing Engines. He says, I appreciate them. They're performing at the track. Appreciates Caliber Collision for allowing him to some ties away from the 56 repair centers they help support.
56, yep. And he,
Missouri,
there
Southwest Illinois, Eastern Kansas. We thank Terry for coming on out here. There's one right in the town next to me where I grew up. I grew up in Edwardsville, Illinois. There's one in Collinsville, Illinois.
Okay.
It's Terry's from
Wow,
Freeburg.
it's over close to my old stomping grounds.
Yeah, Terry's from Freeburg, Illinois, which is just up the. My high school played Freeburg in hockey growing up.
How about that?
Yeah, so
Small world.
it is. It is a very small world. Danielle Jaramillo comes out of Topeka, Kansas, and I went to school in Kansas, but I didn't go to Topeka, so I went to Lawrence. Here we go. Oh, he's going to hike it up. He does it again, man. How about that? A 439 and a 5 at 156, a 543 at 89.
That one was controlled. That was pretty smooth.
That was
a nice, smooth landing. landing.
Butter coming down there.
What trying to blow the landing gear off the bottom of that one, like some of the landings that we've been on, maybe coming in to the airport. I can't believe what that gear will withstand on.
Yeah.
I mean, some of those landings are so hard. A couple of really pretty smoky burnouts there. David Harrington in the M&M transmission lane. Katie Laughter over there in the right lane. Both these cars beautiful under the lights.
All right, and that'll bring us to the stock block record holder. Ladies and gentlemen, it's Katie Laughter on the right-hand side. Katie, with a 407, holds the world record stock block after swapping up to those 78 millimeter turbos you see hanging out the side of that thing. She is bad to the bone. Travis Cannon with her. As part of the Pennington Motorsports crew, Pennington actually put the wing on that thing. And David Harrington on the left side, up against her, across the line, 406, 400 and a 6. And so Travis, you got permission, I guess, to go to the threes, man. You're getting close, very, very close. So that, by the way, 4006 is a new record for stock block LS, right there.
That's incredible. Both drivers, too, on it on the starting line. 005, 006 reaction time.
So, want to give a standby to junior dragsters. Top Sportsman, you're in the lanes. Junior dragsters, you guys are on standby. And that'll bring us to Jordan Epper, Jesse. Jordan in the Bond coat. Sheen on the right side. She has 426 on the dial board. And so we'll see if that's
right.
right.
Shot, I don't know.
Yeah, I mean, maybe.
Just happened to be from the last race. Who knows?
Going up against Terry Long. Hold on, they're backing him out. Something up there with the staging. Jordan finds reverse there.
I think we might not be clear on the top end. I see some. Okay. So we'll have to clear that top end before we put them in the beams.
As we. Yeah, we got some light there at the top end. I can see a rear view light, or a rear light up there. You know? All right, there we go. You look at Terry Long. Wow! Look at the fireworks, too. Hey, can we get a camera on the fire? There are fireworks going off at the top end.
We're on a 380. We get fireworks.
Yeah,
So.
we need an actual fireworks too. I thought she said, "Look at the fireworks." Long. Scene from Sandlot right there.
I was going to say, usually when it's fireworks, it's bits of spark plugs.
Yeah.
Zoomies.
So big thank you to Danny Nelson, Racecraft Chassis, Sunset Performance Engines, Joe Jolly for Awesome Power, Midwest Chassis, and more for that 380 from,
That was tough.
yeah, from Terry Long.
Mark Moore coming up out of Hutchinson in
Yeah.
the M&M transmission lane. They're the 2020 Spitzer dragster. Joe Carollo over here in the right lane.
Yeah. Barolo messaged us earlier. He asked about who all was pre-registered, whatnot. Said, I'm thinking that I could run high 4. And sure enough, look at his dial board, 449. Yep. So. Oh. It's not going to go anywhere at that. 406 at 181 on the right side. And yeah, unfortunately, Carollo already did the burnout, and so he can't just restage there. He has got to go. There he goes. So Carollo, I'm not sure what exactly happened to the car there, but you saw quite a bit of flames come out of the header there. And
Sure, if he, I don't know if he had the bottom bulb on and rolled back.
I don't know.
I know when he went on the chip, it was just the top bulb.
Yep.
By the time he tried to correct that situation, the tree was fired. So he'll make a easy parade lap down through.
Yeah,
And come back through for another shot.
so he'll get to the top end. Long track here. Very long track. And there's positives and negatives to that. The negative is when you're under your own power and you're slow rolling, that's a long distance to drive. The upside is that is extremely safe.
Yes, if you need it, it's awesome to have it. For sure.
And I would take 100 slow rolls before I take one time that needs it. We don't have it.
Yes. That's a question I get asked a lot. They're like, how long is it, right? And I'm like, 3,900 feet.
Yeah.
And it's I don't know if it's 7 degrees or 7% the grade.
Uh-huh.
So being uphill too, right?
Yep.
So, yeah, you can cross the finish line at 250 and, pull the chutes and coast and probably don't need much of the brakes to make the turn. It's incredible.
No. But if you have, heaven forbid, a chutes or brakes failure or something, that's going to slow you down.
Oh, yeah.
Getting closer to highway speeds than not.
I don't know what they came
I hope they're putting up down there some of the 330 Go Cam, because we have fireworks out there. I don't know what. It's not Labor Day. It's not 4th of July. It's a random weekend in September.
You found a closeout deal on some fireworks.
I would have got. Our last race was the weekend of the anniversary of 9/11. I would have understood that.
Sure.
I can't think of a reason for the fireworks. They're big ones too. So.
Yeah, 100%. So this brings up our top sportsman category.
Indeed, brought to you by Compressed Air Supercharging. We send a big thank you, well wishes, hugs to Mark Griffin and the Griffin family, who aren't at the race this weekend. But Mark, dearly missed. We send our best wishes to Carol. Love you. And we'll see you at the next one in Tulsa. Meanwhile, Jimmy Sakovich on the right side, the 2001 Pontiac Grand Am. On the left side, John Baker. Baker, that is a car capable of running pro mod numbers. You can watch it. Made for him 380s in testing. It's got a nasty power plant in the front, I'll tell you that. Towards the wall, and a 379 and a 9 at 194 mile an hour is good for him. That would have been, he honestly could have run with the pro mods. It is a pro mod, it's a tuned down pro mod, but 379, that tuned down ain't that much.
No, it's not. No, it's not. That's, and Sakovic, that's kind of a dream come true for him. I actually licensed with him. He got his door car license in 2020. And had the pleasure of doing that with him at the Frank Harley drag racing school. He's got his long car license and his front top dragster. Yeah, it's good to see him. He was really wanting to drive that door car, so it's fun to see that dream come true for him. This is a fun pair right here too, so not something you see every day. Over here in the NSK lane, Jason Kimbrell in the Saturn top sportsman car.
We talked, oh, look at that, beautiful fireworks again. We talked at a previous event, like, how many Saturn models can you really actually name? And I was like, Outlook, because my mom had an Outlook for a while. And then I'm like, really not a lot. You don't see Saturns at the drag strip.
Didn't they have some kind of a little, like, sport coupe drop top?
I'm thinking Pontiac Solstice.
Oh, I might be.
Oh, yeah. The Sky, Aura, Astra, Ion. Yeah, I wouldn't have got those. It's Gina Pierce launches off the line. Yep, how about that? A 445 for her. Kimbrell will power through the hiccup for a 515 at 145. Hey, I want to give a shout out to the Pierces, the new vice presidents of Compressed Air Supercharging, by the way. They're moving the headquarters So Mark Griffin acquired it, formerly acquired compressor supercharger. They're moving the headquarters to Texas just to be closer to Mark.
Okay.
And Tina and Dave are now the vice presidents serving in several capacities. And not only do they have it in their car, but it's their business now too.
The first car I took, so last year, the first one of those I witnessed was I believe it was a dragster, if I remember correctly. And I saw it pull in the tech lane, and I'm like, what's the deal with this thing, right? It was like, there's something missing.
Yeah.
So I had a really nice sheet metal manifold on it, and it just looked like a giant throttle body. I'm like, what? After careful inspection, new technology emerging. Incredible, though, the amount of horsepower and the advantages to that. No moving parts. Super chilled intake air charge.
Yeah.
I mean, what, minus 300? I don't know what it is. But,
It's freezing.
so it's scuba for your race car.
It'll run the same in Denver as it does in Death Valley.
Yeah, it's got its own aqua lung, so pretty cool technology.
Here's Russ Ruby in the straight line racing engines. Beautiful Camaro. Straight line racing engines, of course, Doug Woody.
Yes.
It's going up against another member of Moore Woody Racing. It's Ron Moore, your 3-time champion, and
Ooh, Ruby,
we'll see.
out there in the
Yeah.
markets.
A 497 at 146. I don't think Rod's going to make it 4-time. Unfortunately, Tyler Wells might have it locked up by the. I think he has it locked up by tomorrow night, just in terms of qualifying.
Wow.
I think. But Ron Moore, one of the most decorated racers in the history of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. He will be back with a vengeance, and he's got his eye on this little punk on the right-hand side. It's Tyler Wells. Tyler, Tina and Mark Griffin calling him the punk, and in the last race he put a big duct tape punk on the back end. He said
That's
that
awesome.
to Dave of the Pierce family, and Dave Pierce of Tina Pierce, his husband, and he has a little graphic. Look at the nitrous, the twin nitrous purchase. You can tell exactly how nice it looks.
It is, yes. Terry Pope coming at us there in the M&M transmission lane.
I like that. I like that a lot. As we take a look at our racing weather app here by our friend Stefan. So I click Flying H. Current DA 23, so we dropped 100
Dropped
or so.
100, yes.
Yeah. And so I want to give a juniors back to the lanes, please. Juniors to the lanes, please. Robot, stay by. Yeah, so Terry Pope's going to slow roll. A 432 on the right for Tyler Wells. He said in his interview that I put up, he said, hey, I didn't expect to do this good in Top Sportsman. He's like, I had high hopes, but, you know, I thought the transition would be more difficult, and by all means it should be. It is for most people, especially considering that's not a true Top Sportsman car. That's a former Pro Mod that's turned down. That's Aaron's former Pro Mod. And so I think everybody's blown away, and even the Wells, who know how good Tyler is, are like
Stunned.
Well,
it's a cool pair of cars here.
Oh,
So,
yeah.
Todd Stahlbaumer coming at you there in the orange Camaro over M&M transmission lane. Stock appearing Camaro. I think it's a stock wheelbase. Looks like, well, no, it doesn't look like he just drove it off the showroom, but
that's close.
very much stock appearing. It's not stretched. It's not any of that. And Rod Oxford over here, same thing with the 3rd Gen Nova. That appears to be, and I didn't see the car come through tech, but I mean, it looks like it's all steel, potentially, and I love the vinyl roof.
I do too. It's a
Didn't
good.
like them when it was 1968 or 72, whatever this is here. But,
Yeah.
but I love it now. It's just so cool.
And so our pair of hot rods come up here top, Sportsman. Yeah, went a little Snoop Dogg there. Did a couple puffs on that pass as a 460 into 460 at 146 for Todd Stallbomber. Blah. And Rod Oxford will slowly crawl across, and I'll bring us to our next. As a reminder, this is a class where we predict our performances. So, as we get into eliminations tomorrow, we will call our shots, so to speak, say this is what I can run. So, these are not qualifying passes. These are what we would call time trial passes, since we don't ladder them based on who's quickest. We don't seed them, right? So,
just a reminder while it's quiet here, too, to the racers, if something isn't right, please get as safely and quickly as you can over to the wall, and we'll send somebody down. We don't want to mop up 3,000 feet of oil if something catastrophic happens.
Yeah, we
I'm
watched.
thinking this is minimal. We got the track crew out there looking at cleaning it up a little bit. Not sure what happened there. I thought maybe it was a nitrous backfire, but I didn't see a big fireball.
I know, it was just smoke coming out.
When smoke comes out, it's hard to put it
I
down.
couldn't quite tell if it was coming out. All right, attention, attention, attention. I need all of you guys to get your golf carts away from the tractors. All of the golf carts, please move away from the tractors, please. But you know, I couldn't tell if the smoke came from the side or the wheel well. But I see a little. Do I see some moisture down there on the starting line? Just a bit. I think it's a big deal, though. And so our golf carts, please move away from the tractors. Please get out of their way. There we go. The tractor will pull out. And we will get our... All right, so all the ones in the center island out there too, if you guys could move your golf carts, ATVs, push cars, any of that, please. Please don't clog up the staging lanes and our ability to clean up the track here. Thank you. I'll join you in a second there, Ellen, but right now we have cars firing up, so I'm going to get back to my job. As she does her job and calculates the ones and the twos and the points. We're talking, and it is hard for, I want her to send me that, because I think I can build a program that can calculate the magic number of points. I think I can come up with a formula for that. I think so. Call me crazy. Anyway, here's Doug Woody on the left-hand side. Doug Woody, of course, builder of straight-line racing engines. And I say this hand over my heart, some of the finest top sportsmen and sportsman engines you'll find right there. That guy builds them.
Absolutely.
3 Midwest Drag Racing Series championships, a big team, and we were looking. He has Rod Moore, Tina Pierce, Jimmy Sakovich, all 3 are straight line guys.
Straight line power, yes.
Except for Tina. Tina's Cass, but it's 303, 303, and 301 points. That's your battle for second place. With the
That's brutal.
yeah, that's the battle is between Cass and straight line for second behind Tyler. But that's the fun thing, right? Is it's 2 teams that have, and I mean that because it's more Woody racing, right? They're friends. They go to races together. Same with the rest of the straight line guys. The cast team's obviously very closely aligned. I don't know if they're technically teammates, but they're teammates. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, and I think these guys are all like family and friends until the visor goes down.
Yep. Exactly.
They're frenemies for 660 feet.
Well, there's a lot of bragging rights between Cass. We'll keep her off straight there, Macy, as Macy goes 430 out of 3 and 478 there for Doug Woody. But I think there's a lot of bragging rights for Cass and for straight line, because if Cass wins this, it's the first time the compressed air supercharging will have finished ahead of straight line engines in the history of the Midwest Drag Racing Series.
That's incredible.
Because the last 3 years are no, you're good. Our last 3 years, our champion's been Rod Moore. So that's already Doug Woody's. Oh, look at that beautiful burnout. Oh,
yes.
Man. But 4 years ago, though, I don't think Griffin ran with us 4 years ago. I think he made his debut with us 4 years ago. So Cass to leapfrog straight line as the engine
Breaking onto the
supremacy.
scene.
I think that's a fun story.
It is cool.
Also, a shout out to Compressed Air Supercharging for sponsoring
Yes.
the top sportsman.
There's that.
To be clear. I'm not just kissing up to the sponsor, though. Those 2 engine builders are they're amazing. One of whom he's building champions. The other is on the bleeding edge of technology as Jim Huggett will line up on the left-hand side. If you insist, Jim. That feels nice. I'm hugging myself now. All right, and so Jim will stage up a solo pass on the left-hand side. We need our top sports, or we need our juniors to the lanes. And let's see what Huggett does. How about a 474 at 147? And so Jim Huggett will take a 107 at the 60, cross at 147 mile an hour, and that will bring us to our Race Star Wheels Pro Junior and our Zimmerman Sportsman Junior. How about that? Juniors, you guys should be in the lanes, ready to go. Pro Mod, you are on standby. I'm looking at Ellen right now. Pro Mod, do we just want to say? Okay, all right, we'll get you that for it officially after we take a look at, we asked Jimmy Bradshaw what he thinks of the track. But Pro Mods, I got to be honest, if they're not off the jacks, they should probably be off the jacks now, you know? All right, and so
These junior dragsters, they're such a cool class, right? And we don't have any beginners here classes for them to
No.
run today. But your youngster can start at the age of 5 making controlled single runs down the track and then can actually enter competition at the age of 6. Now, they're much, much slower than these cars. No doubt about it. But there's a rules package, there's equipment. They have all the safety equipment of the top dragsters that you saw go down. They've got fire suits on, they've got helmets, gloves, Hans devices. Oh my!
You know what's funny is that while we say, oh, they're slower than the top dragsters, you know what they're quicker than? Fans in the stands, they're quicker than the car you drove here in.
They are.
They are.
I've actually seen Hellcat owners get butthurt because the 60-foot on these cars is faster than their Hellcat. So I just dropped 75, 80 grand on a Hellcat, and I could get
A 6-year-old,
60-foot
yeah.
with a 12-year-old just outrun me on the short end of the track.
Not only do you not have a license yet, you haven't even taken driver's ed yet. You're not even in a school that offers driver's ed.
I literally have seen them with time slips in the staging lanes just shaking their head.
Oh, yeah. That's so funny.
Yeah, who'd have thought? I thought my orange crate 5-speed Stingray Schwinn bicycle was pretty cool because it has drags like 2.25 inch drags.
Oh, yeah,
like
yeah, of
red
course,
line.
yeah.
And the only way I could lay rubber was to lock up the brake, which really made my dad mad when there's black marks on the sidewalk. But, you know, I guess I started at an early age, but I thought that was pretty cool. It wasn't cool at all.
I used to do that. I used to do that on my Razor scooter until my dad got mad because the wheel on the back would grind down on flat spots and it'd be tuk, 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 the rest of your days. And he's like, I don't want to replace the dang wheel. I'm like, Dad, it's a rollerblade wheel. It's fine. All right, so Mason Manley. Although I gotta say, as an adult now, I'm like, yeah, I'd be mad if my soul was wearing down the.
Isn't it funny how that happens? Yeah. What do you want to burn out for? What do you want to wear your tires down for? You got to buy new ones. It's like the fun factor is just so high.
Ryan Clark on the left-hand side. So they're in side by side the previous run. Manley in 11.97 in the 6 on the right and 8.94 on the left for Ryan Clark in the previous pairings is we let these guys rip, ride, and rock it. I like the dial-in board here of Mason Manley, and you'll see it as it passed by. It says USA on the side of it. I wish the fireworks were still going. We're playing Louis Armstrong's America. And how about this? Good old US of A 909 on the left side and 1149 on the right side. Basically, US and Canada. I don't know if they have many juniors out in Europe. I'd have to see, but I mean, they only have a few tracks. There's not a huge. I bet you they have some in Australia. But really, if you're looking for the golden place to go drag racing, it's over here.
Like so many things too. Like this evolved from somebody got a wild hair and stole the motor off Dad's tiller.
Yep.
Welded together some pipe and said, "Oh, wouldn't it be cool if we build a dragster out of this thing?" And then I don't know that we're running tiller motors anymore, but I think the only thing that's actually bricks is the coil and the dimension from the deck to the center line of the crankshaft. Everything else is billet and titanium and all the good stuff that we love.
Well, except for Jovi Brundage on the right side. She's electric.
That's a silent. Yes.
Like I said, Ellen's afraid she's going to fall over one. And I owe the Brundages an apology because the amount of
I
times.
don't think there's no rule for electric juniors that state that they have to have at least a 50 decibel sound generator.
No, they honestly might should be. And off it goes Jovi Brundage on the left side of the stripe. And we're going to come right back into it across the line. 8.96, good run there for Jovi. 8.92 for Ryan Massack. Yeah, you know, those electric juniors, it's quiet. There's a reason that the road cars have to have them, man.
Yes. Well, I got, so the first one of those I saw here, I was talking to the driver, actually, I think it was last year's Smackdown. And I said, well, so there's no maintenance? Oh, no, we have to clean the brushes and charge the battery.
Yeah.
Outside of that, nothing.
Which is why I support them, because a junior dragster, despite being a fraction of the cost, is still a lot for a family to afford.
Oh, sure.
And so if you have something that's not going to produce as much wear and tear, I'm all for getting people into the sport of racing cheaper by any means necessary. And so I really like them from that aspect, and especially
up front might be a little more, but you don't have to send it in every year and get it freshened up. Because that's usually $1,000 or $2. It might be worse than that now. When my nephew was running,
Yeah.
you could easily dump $2,000 in a freshen up for the motor.
Yeah.
And then you got to.
Well, the motors themselves are $8,000, $10,000+.
Yeah, they're big money for sure.
And I think with the battery ones too, as you age, you don't have to adjust as we go off for Ashton, Harton, and Braxton 7. And up across the line, how about Ashton with a 1081 at 60 mile an hour and 1160 at 53. But I think the electric ones, you also don't have to get new parts to step up the power as they age. I think it's just basically a preset, you know, how fast you want to run.
Yeah, probably plug in a laptop.
Change.
The controller, I guess.
I guess almost, I don't mean this almost literally, but I had to guess, there's something that just says, do you want to run 1190 mode, 1090, 890, 790 mode, and just...
What is it on the Tesla? Ludicrous mode?
Yeah, ludicrous speed, plaid. But, compare that to as a kid ages in juniors, you have to get a new engine.
You're buying engines, you're changing clutches, you're changing the
Yep.
whole setup.
To get it quicker. And
you can buy that fast setup and detune it, but I'm telling you, it's not a good plan from experience. Any of these cars are really hard to slow down. They're not happy unless they're pretty much running wide open.
Yep.
And so you can take gear out, take timing out, put restrictors on them. The more you tinker with them, like and hang weight on the car, all that stuff makes them harder to predict when you're doing a dialing class like we do here. So
Yep.
it's really, really tough.
So here's Brooklyn Cack out of Green Valley. Previous run, a 983 and a 2. Brooklyn, not a far drive from here. Great state of Missouri. Great food. Great people. My home state. I'd say spiritually my home state. Technically I was born in Illinois, but I lived in the St. Louis metro long enough that I really identify more as a Missourian than an Illinoisan. I do. I mean, a 006 red on the tree and a 968 for Brooklyn. I mean, I do, though. It's it sounds goofy to say, but, like, I lived across the river from downtown St. Louis.
Sure.
I went to the Cardinals, the Blues. I made weekend trips over to Kansas City to watch the Royals play, to watch the Chiefs play. I went to school just about an hour away from here in Lawrence, which is weird because I grew up watching the Tigers play football. And I'm like, I tell people I'm from Missouri because if I say I'm from Illinois, they go, what part of Chicago are you from? And I hate Chicago.
Drives me crazy.
Like,
well, I grew up, same thing, right? Born and raised in Central Illinois, and that's everybody. That's the story you get, right?
Yep.
I'm like,
No,
there's something in Illinois besides Chicago.
And like, and I don't mean this as an offense to Chicago, but as a red-blooded St. Louisan, I'm raised to not like Chicago.
Now, as
I don't
as a born and raised Illinoisan, I guess, like Chicago to me, though, for me, goes all the way to Rockford to the west. It spills into the to the lake on the east side.
They got here Carly Brundage 03 and an 02 red for Kinsey Wallace up across the line. 816 at 81 mile an hour, 8003 at 81 for Kinsey Wells. But anyways, yeah,
It's funny how that.
I say Chicago ends officially where you start to get more Cardinal fans than Cub fans. There's a Cardinals-Cubs line. It goes sideways across the state.
My in-laws they were a mixed marriage, so I had a Cardinal. My father-in-law was a Cardinal fan. My mother-in-law was a was a Cubs fan, and
Uh-huh.
I went to a Cub Cardinal game at Busch with them,
Yeah.
and it was so funny because like the whole house was divided.
Uh-huh.
Like you could just look around and see blue, red, blue, red, blue, red, blue, red. It was so funny. I was dying, and man, they were like hardcore too. I don't know how they stayed married, man, with that mixed marriage.
That's my cousins live up, or my aunt and uncle and my cousins, their kids live up in Bloomington, and it's the same way. She was raised in Southern Illinois. She's a Cardinal fan. He was raised at like Pekin and Bloomington Normal, and so
Yeah, that's right around my old school.
yeah, and so he was a Cubs fan, and come Cardinal Cubs. Mom still refuses to put on blue. All right, and so that'll bring us to Normal Masek on the left-hand side. Masek, previous run at 8:15 at 77.95, green lights and a red light, 07. And up across the line, 797 at 80 mile an hour. I will say this, though, is I've been to Busch Stadium more times than any other baseball stadium. Second most is Target Field, just because I live there now. Kansas City, I've been to the Royals Stadium probably a dozen times. I've been to all the other baseball stadiums, but I've been to the Kauffman so many times it
Okay,
almost
yep.
feels like home away from home. And what a wonderful
I like the
place.
design of the old Busch Stadium. I have not been to the new one.
Oh, New Busch is. I miss Old Busch.
But I do too. And so I was flying home from Texas.
Uh-huh.
I generally ride aisle, but I had a window seat. This has been many years ago, of course. And I remember looking out and going, wonder what that is. Looks like a peppermint lifesaver. You know, I'm like, oh, heck, that's Busch Stadium.
That's Old Busch Stadium.
We're almost home.
But New Busch is better than Old Busch by quite some margin.
It's
But
crazy.
I
When you
miss Old
drive
Busch.
by there, though, on 44, like it looks like you could reach out and touch it.
It is.
So
It's under 40 feet, I think. It's closer than 60 feet 6 inches. In fact, they have the old scoreboards from Old Busch hanging up in the concourse, and it's a sound barrier between the highway and the concourses. Anyway, Cape Peak on the left-hand side. I'll say this. I know the Royals always talk about building a new stadium downtown. As Cape Peak takes the green. Up across the line. 785 at 80 mile an hour. I don't want them to build a new stadium downtown. I know it'd probably be better for downtown and better for the Royals, but I like Kauffman. Kauffman's
I don't know how you're
gym.
going to get people in and out of downtown. That many people.
I didn't realize how bad the traffic was
That
here until
battle
yesterday.
was going for years
Yeah.
over what to do. And you know, it always kills me. Like, oftentimes, and I can't imagine at the scale of the stadium and that whole sports complex, but sometimes it's way better to build something new and way more cost effective than trying to rebuild something old. Like a restoration
Yeah.
of a home sometimes outpaces just building a new one.
Can you imagine how bad it would be if the Chiefs wanted to move to downtown or even to, like, right across the river in KCK? Oh, the traffic
Well, I'll
jams.
tell you what, it's so far this year it's been kind of hard to be a Chiefs fan. I sure
Well.
hope we can make the turn.
You know, here's the deal. All right, and I say this as a Cardinals fan, really, because it's applicable to them too. When you complain when you're 0-2, people don't have a lot of sympathy for you when you have a modern-day dynasty.
Of course.
And you're like, oh, and people go, buddy, you're capable of winning 14 games still. Relax.
Yes, they were interviewing some of the players earlier this week, and I listened to a little bit of that, and it was interesting because we've always been a come from behind, a last minute, late fourth quarter. That's when we make stuff happen.
Uh-huh.
And they're like, we got to get off to a good start. We can't go 3 and out on the first possession. We have got to get a strong start, right? And I'm like, no kidding, man. You're running my blood pressure in the red hot zone when we're coming down with 2 minutes to go.
I
and
tell
we're
you-
still trailing. I like a little push.
Yeah.
I like a little margin, man. I want to be able to relax a little bit.
But why can't we just be the Bills or something, or, you know? Well, you say that, but
Yes.
but grew up a Buccaneers fan because, as most people growing up on the opposite side of the state tended to do, they adopted a second team. A lot of that was Chiefs fans, but could be worse. You could be a Buccaneers fan where it doesn't matter if you're bad, you're good, or anything in between. The one thing you aren't is not boring. You could be a 2-win team, but suddenly you have Jameis Winston throwing 40 touchdowns and 40 interceptions at the same season, and you don't know what to feel because one moment you could be a Super Bowl team, and the next moment, you're
Stupid Bowl.
yeah.
It's I don't know, at every level of sports just a hoot, right? All of it. Baseball, football was never much of a stick and ball sports guy. Always liked stuff with a carbon footprint like we're experiencing here this evening. But, yeah, I've really kind of taken a shine to it. I love watching it all the way from the little kids. Football's big here in Missouri. So, I mean, they start in middle school with interscholastic competitive tackle. And these kids are studs, man. I mean, they are tough.
The only thing I have against that is the Stroud Safety Pro mods are coming to the lanes. We'd love seeing the Stroud Safety Pro mods come to the lanes, please. The only thing I have against that is, man, sometimes you get that 6th grade tackle football, and you got a kid who's 7'0 and 200 cut pounds of muscle, and you're like, you could literally pick me up and snap me in half like a Cheeto.
Much, yeah.
You know?
Yeah, some of that you think is like a genetic anomaly or whatever, right? These kids mature so quick, and they're in the weight room in middle school, working out, doing all that. So, but they're passionate about the sport. I don't like to hurt. I don't like to get tackled and banged around and beat up.
No.
I don't. You do maybe a little bit because I think you like to play hockey, if I'm not mistaken.
I'm a goalie, so I'm nuts.
Occasionally.
I'm nuts even by hockey.
So it's like
standards,
target practice at whatever Mach 3, the puck coming at you.
I'm the guy who when a vulcanized rubber bullet's flying at you at 100 mile an hour, my instinct is to put my head in front of it because I'm an idiot who decided to play goalie.
Yeah, there's something not right about that.
Look, if you want to raise a hockey player, get him into a cold state, all right?
Yes.
Got some skates on him young. If you want to raise a goalie, drop him on their head.
The last hockey game I was at, we were in the higher seats above, but just slightly, not terribly higher above the glass, but we were back a little way.
Were you at the Mavericks game up here? Yeah.
This was, I want to say Riverman versus 2. I don't remember.
Oh, yeah, Peoria.
Riverman all the time. And that puck came, just cleared the top of the glass, hit the lady sitting next to me, and she dropped like a bad habit. Boom, done, puddle of blood. She was cold for like a minute. And I'm like, boy, you know what? I don't like to wish bad on anybody, but I'm sure glad that wasn't me. 24 inches to the left, and I'm the guy on the ground.
This is going to sound a little dark. While we get our track prep for Pro Mod, we talk about whatever comes to mind here. We'll go over the qualifying order in just a second here. But I used to get, because I played goalie, and any goalie will tell you that you can cover yourself in pads, but the puck will always find where there's not a pad.
Oh.
Every time. And so I would come into school and I'd have bruises. Like, it doesn't cover, like, if you stick your hand out and your palm up, that part of your arm it's unprotected, right? Your chest protector goes down a little past your belly button, but if you, like, stand up, that area kind of between, like, your waist, you can get that unprotected because you're supposed to be hunched over. Back of your legs, unprotected. And so it will find every seam, the sides of you. And so I would go into school and I'd be covered in bruises. And 4 separate times in high school, I had teachers pull me aside.
Go see the counselor?
Well, no, they would ask if everything's okay at home because I played for a different high school than the one I went to because hockey works weird, that.
Got it.
And so they didn't know I was on the hockey team at Edwardsville because I didn't play for that team. I played for East Alton Wood River. And I'd have to explain 4 separate times I got pulled aside to ask if my home life was okay because I'm like a cheetah.
I bet you are. I can't imagine.
But I kept all my teeth though, so that's
it's a great.
that's the pro.
Well, yeah, there's that too, right? It's a great sport. It's fun to watch.
Yep. For those of you who don't know a little bit about myself, I announce hockey in the winter. I do play-by-play for that, and so if you actually listen to my drag racing call, you can actually hear me slip into the hockey mode just a little bit there.
Have you, so I had a colleague who lived in
Attention in the pits, attention in the pits. Pro mods, if you want to make this pass, up to the lanes, please. Pro mods, up to the lanes if you want to make the hit.
They had a little pond in the backyard, and they
Buddy Car, you're on standby.
literally had a hockey rink lighted. All winter they played hockey every night.
I didn't have it because I grew up, it was too warm in St. Louis. It'd be like building one here.
Yeah,
It's just
yeah.
not possible. But where I live now in northern Minnesota, we actually have quite a few outdoor rinks. We have a lovely outdoor rink that's lined by pine trees and has like spotlights on it that we
very
host an
nice.
outdoor tournament on every year. And then Brainerd International Raceway, a track that's closest to where I live, they are hosting an outdoor high school hockey game that's broadcast statewide. Next winter, they're putting the track on the drag strip. Or they're putting the ice rink
ice
on the
rink on
drag
the
strip.
strip?
They're putting down an ice plant, covering it, and then they're going to have people standing in the bleachers.
So, you're talking about ice. So I have a colleague also that on my team who lives in Wisconsin, and I have not made the ice drags, but I've seen that. I watched that on the interweb, and that is crazy to me. Those cars are running in the 5-second zone to the 8th mile on ice with big spikes on the tires.
Yeah.
And there's a rooster tail of ice coming out behind, or snow, or whatever it turns to when you churn it up that way. But yeah, let's just plow this part of the lake, get the snow off. We'll leave a little berm down the middle. That's our retaining wall. And let's throw a Christmas tree out there and go drag racing. I just blew my mind to see that. I would like to go in person. I don't like cold, but I would like to go in person just one time just to watch that. I think it's worth the trip. I just haven't been able to put it together. I would not think of that. Snowmobiles, yes. Snowmobile race, yeah, boom, let's go.
So I actually belong to a group, and they do ice, like, road racing. And there's a whole little, like, community of, like, get the right tires, get the right cars, don't spend too much. They do it, like, Norwegian style, where, like, if you spend... You can offer to buy a car for like $1,000 after the race, and you have to sell. And that just means like you can come up with whatever you want, but if you put $15,000 in a car, you have to sell for $1,000. So congrats.
Yeah, we used to. I think called it claimer class was pretty popular in the dirt racing scene where I was, where I grew up, and they had a class like that. And those guys, hey. I helped a friend of mine that ran an automotive machine shop. I saw some of the engines. Those guys were no joke. But also, there was a little bit of behind the scenes, like it was sort of unwritten that you better not claim my
You better not claim it.
because I'm coming back around for you, and it might
Yeah.
not be pretty.
Realistically, that means everyone's running 1,400, but at 1,400 value.
Oh my gosh, that is just stunning. Look
Yeah.
at the ice or snow on the trees.
Yeah,
Boy,
it's-
that's beautiful.
Showing him a picture of our setup we have out there in Brainerd, and but anyway, yeah, I mean, realistically, it means everyone's running about $1,400 car or something like that. But it keeps it a little more honest, because if it gets too obvious, everyone's kind of like,
Yeah.
you know.
Understood.
Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds, we need you in the lanes as we get the spray down. Stroud Safety Pro Modifieds to the lanes, please. Getting a little bit of spray left, and then we'll be A-okay. Like we said, it's a bit like a dough, right? So you're putting whatever it is you put in dough that makes it a little more sticky. I don't bake. I watch racing.
We dropped another 100-foot DA. So we're 22, just under 2,300.
Just under 2,300.
I think
Okay.
the AGL, I think our static, whatever you want to call altitude here, is around 900 feet, I think.
Okay.
So, and at some points in time, like 2 a.m., too bad we got a midnight curfew, because I've seen 2 a.m. with negative 400 here.
Yeah.
So that's like adding, well, I don't know how much, but certainly more atmosphere, right?
Yeah.
Free boost, essentially.
Free boost indeed. All right, we'll go over the qualifying order, by the way, real quick here. Number 1, Callie Mills. Rolled it off the trailer, did no testing, straight down Broadway, bam, bam, bam. She ran side by side with Keith Haney, who ran a 66, by the way. We'll get to him. Number 2 qualifier is Robin Roberts, 3.6 and a 0. Number 3 qualifier is Sean Ellington, who ran side by side with him with a 363 and a dose, right? So 2,000 separated those two. Beyond that is Aaron Wells with a 365 and a 4. After that is Keith Haney, 366. And so, as I count here, 1, 2, 3, 4. Haney's 5th. In 6th is going to be Ryan Bush, or Chris Giuliano, excuse me, 3.7. Beyond that is Ryan Bush, 3.702. And Jacob McNeil with a 4.008. I did not log Ed Thornton or Mike LeBate's time, and I feel bad. Ryan Griffin didn't answer the call. John Barnett broke, right? And so that is how you're, I'm missing 4 times out of there. So that is your qualifying sheet right now. And actually, you know what? Ellen sent me it in much easier to read fashion. Yep, there it is. Callie Mills, 1. Robin Roberts, 2. Sean Ellington, 3. Aaron Wells, 4. Keith Haney, 5. Ryan Bush, 6. Keith Goulsby, 7. Chris Giuliano, 8. Jacob McNeil, 9. Ed Thornton, 10. Kurt Riffle, 11. And Mike LeBate at 12. All right, and remember, Barnett broke, and Ryan Griffin didn't come up. And so, those are the ones we are missing. That explains your missing ones, right? So, there you go. There you have it. I think
this session's going to be fun.
I think it will too. Right now, 1 through 5 are all in the 60s. I think Bush finds it. Goulsby finds it. I think McNeil definitely finds it. Thornton and Julia. I think just because one of those is going to shake the tires or something like that, right? I think the top 9 will all be in the 60s by the end of the second round.
That's going to be so fun.
That's going to be bad to the bone, man. That's going to be good times, great racers. These crews are ready to rock and roll, ladies and gentlemen. This is going to be the quickest round of the weekend right here. It's round 2 of qualifying on Friday Night Lights here at Flying H Dragstrip. Yeah, attention in the pits. Pro mods to the lanes, please. Pro mods, final call to the lanes, please. And I'll put that on the hit out there. And Stroud safety pro modifieds up. There's one. I guess Giuliano rolling up a little late. I saw Blue coming up, so I know he's up there. Now, Goulsby, McNeil, Thornton, Griffin, Barnett. Goulsby, McNeil, Thornton, Griffin, Barnett. Okay, so Keith says they're thrashing on Jacob McNeil's car right now. So we'll see if he answers the bell, but we hope and wish the best to them in their efforts to recover the car. Like I said, that's a car that can.
That can and will.
Yeah.
I hope they get it put together. I love that car.
That was
beautiful under
of course,
the lights.
owned by John Stouffer. And Stouffer previously drove it. He's in the team owner phase now, and I think every Barracuda of that particular body style, man, I think the only rule is you need to paint it in a bright, eye-catching, ostentatious color.
And you know what? They had such great colors in that era too, right?
Yeah.
The vitamin C, the sublime, the petty blue, right?
You should see Don Klooster's new Barracuda Pro Mod. It's gorgeous. It's a bright pink.
Oh, there you go. Panther pink. Yeah, those were great times. You know, and not like today's times aren't great. The modern day muscle car is incredible work of, oh my gosh. Wouldn't it be fun to, well, and I mean, those guys probably don't like getting paired up, but, you know, put that with Stouffer side by side, you know? It's just fun to see when you get paired like that.
Beautiful. It's a beautiful car. So I do have confirmation that Ed Thornton won't be making it. Not coming up to this round of elims. So he won't answer the bell. This is a weekend where they're just A to B safely and under control and making sure the car gets right back up on tune. Driver's back at it, car's back at it, and so they're not coming up for the second round of eliminations. All right, funny car, J&A Service funny car to the lanes, please. J&A Service funny car to the lanes. All right, so McNeil thrashing, we'll see if he rolls up and burns his way to the lanes here. I know Thornton won't make a pass. Ryan Griffin won't answer the bell. He has to fix the car. Something happened prior to qualifying, and so he's just trying to get in the show tomorrow morning. And then we will see about, I don't know about Barnett. I hear possibly something with a rack. So we'll see if McNeil's firing up right now. All right. So we will see, but that is your update on who all's missing or not or what have you. I'll tell you what, that Jacob McNeil crew, they thrashed at our last race in Kansas City,
well,
actually.
They did.
Yeah. Yeah. It's funny that, I don't know if funny's the right word, but it's interesting that sometimes the teams that thrash need to thrash a lot, and there are other teams that just never thrash.
That make it look easy. Yep.
Yeah, teams that make it look easy for me.
I just thought it was interesting too, like when you're in a thrash, especially on race day, sometimes it seems like you're more successful. I don't know if it brings mental clarity.
Yeah, I don't know. There's less time to get in your head, that's for sure. Meanwhile, Keith Haney will be lighting it up on the right-hand side. Haney is sitting in his previous run with a pretty nice number, a 366. That'll put him 5th. On the left side, it's Ryan Bush. He's qualified number 6, right behind Haney. Bush with a 70. Teams that, to me, like, it's like, do they ever thrash? Is the Murder Nova crew. They do great work. They make, I can't name them. Oh, look at the nitrous purge there from Haney. It's eye level with me in the second floor. I was going to mention Callie Mills. I haven't seen Callie Mills thrash. She just runs straight A to B. And look at these purges. You gotta like that, don't you?
Oh, man, I love it.
This is a beautiful nitrous on nitrous matchup here as Ryan Bush, the TYM dragster, JCB agriculture machine. On the left-hand side, it's a 69 Camaro, 959 cubic inches of Pat Busey nitrous-assisted power. Here we go. halfway staged up, and it'll be Bush, then Haney. Oh, big header flames, and then a pop out of Haney, a 366 for Ryan Bush. And that 66 with an 8. Let's take a look, because in Haney's previous run, he ran a 668. Okay, so this is going to go down to the nitty-gritty, because Haney ran a 66.84. I didn't see the final number on
The 10,000.
yeah, to the 10,000s. And so Bush might have improved a little bit there, but he definitely gets his way into the 60s as Ryan Bush will log a stout time. Meanwhile, Haney with the bluey, and you saw that come out of the right side there. You saw header flames and then a little...
The Roman candles, and then it wasn't happy after that.
Yeah, just a little too much there. That'll bring us to one Mr. Robin Roberts and Sean Ellington side by side again. I love this pair, man. I love
That's a great pair. Speaks to the diversity of the class as well. With the turbo. Warren Roberts just laying it down. Not to be outdone, so's Ellington over there in the M&M transmission lane. So we've got turbo on, I think, Hart's Charger. I didn't get a look at it, but I think Roberts may have switched over to the Hart's Charger. So
He did. And I could tell that because it blew our eardrums out earlier.
Oh my God. I don't think I've ever had that much pain. I had my left ear plugged.
Yep.
I had my camera in my right ear, and it hurt for quite some time.
It legitimately felt...
And it was faced away from there. Too.
Yeah.
It wasn't like I was, you know,
And I'm not hearing an echo. It felt like somebody took a drill bit into my ear.
Shoved it, yes.
It was bad. Bad to the bone, but by video you could actually see, and I'm going to put it out probably tomorrow, you could see me like move the camera.
Steady, but it hurt so bad.
It hurt.
Oh.
And it's not like, Sean's car is loud, as a Pro Mod is, but I can take that once or twice without hearing protection before I'm real.
Yeah,
you know,
no, Roberts.
I don't want to, but I can't.
He'll rip right through your ears, boy. I'll tell
It's
you what.
bad.
But
In a good way.
Yes, yeah. It hurts so good.
All right, and so Robin Roberts and Sean Ellington, 363 for Roberts. Ellington ran a 3.632. Who's going to take it this time? Side by side once more. Robin Roberts, a local to the area. He said he really wanted to thank the fans in Kansas City, and he's just trying to support great racing in this great town. As we are staged up and ready to go. Oklahoma City versus Kansas City. Across the line, side by side, Robin Roberts finds a 59 at 2:09. What a run! And Ellington pops a 61 out as well. Unreal number from Ellington.
Wow,
I didn't think we saw we'd see a 50.
Wow.
Oh my!
Yeah, that was quite a run there by Roberts.
Oh my gosh! And so a 361 for Ellington. And Robin Roberts fires to the top. A better reaction time, by the way, too, Sean. He murdered the tree out there.
I'm not seeing it. Yeah, but it doesn't. No, it's not. Yeah, that's dark.
All right, and so that'll bring us to Kurt Riffle on the right side in the Whipple Corvette. The 2013 Corvette brought to you by Auto Smart Racing. It's Wayne Roberts' car. Wayne, kayak fan, took this car, loves this car. Let Kurt grab it. And look at that, Wayne's hitting the data logger. On the car, he's like, all right, here we go. Tell you what, man, Kurt Riffle, he's a heck of a wheel man behind. But Kurt is a great racer. He handles his car very well, but his car can throw some fits. It's almost like grumpy. It has a personality.
I think it was grumpy on the last pass, so let's see if they got it sorted out here.
Let's take a look here. Yeah, we are halfway stage. And all the way. Get it, Kurt. How about that? A 384 and a 6. And so Kurt will take it just because it gets him right down Broadway. He has a little bit more time in it. He got a couple tenths to make up, that's for sure. But getting it from A to B after
Got a clean run.
After
Got
how
something to build off from. So.
after as grumpy as it was last run, I'm sure you tune it down just a little bit, take some off, and try and get from A to B, and then you tip your toes back in the water. You know what I'm saying?
Yes. Yep, gotta have a run to build on.
And so J&A Service Funny Car, you guys will be in the lanes. That will put our top Sportsman, brought to you by Race Star Wheels and Icon Forge Pistons, on standby. Standby for top dragster. Or no, yeah, you're right. Pro 420 is on standby. Fuel Tech 40420 is on standby. That's what I get for trying to just go off of my own brain, as I call the wrong thing. Fuel Tech Pro 420, you guys are on standby. We'll call you shortly. Some of you guys are already in the lanes, and that's chill too. I mean, like, if you want to come to the lanes, we aren't going to tell you no.
So, track crew reporting just a little something on the track there, so we've got the flat drag out there.
Interesting that it's on the left side.
It is. Yeah, I don't know.
Because, I mean, obviously, Riffle ran on the right.
I saw that hand sweeping, and that's usually a pretty good. If the gloves are off and there's a hand on the track, that's most likely there's a little something.
You'd be surprised, if you haven't been on a track, how hard it can be to tell if there's actually moisture on the track. Unless you stick your hand down there.
Yes. Yeah, you can scuff your shoes and it feels great.
Yep.
You can even feel it with a glove. You pull it off and it's questionable, a glove. Bare hand, you're like, uh-oh, right? I got maybe a fine mist of some sort of liquid.
Some sort of liquid. And also keep in mind that these tracks are treated with a surface, a spray basically, that's a glorified adhesive, a traction compound. I don't know if this is a PJ1 track or a
I think this
BP.
is a lane choice.
Is it a lane choice?
I think it's lane choice.
Okay.
Yeah.
But it's a PJ1 lane choice.
It's an industrial glue.
It is. 6-1. It's really splitting hairs at that point. But that traction compound, though, when it interacts with water, it becomes almost a dish soap.
Oh my gosh, it's so slippery.
It's actually hard to walk on the track.
You can fall if you hit that on an ATV or a scooter. You're probably on a scooter. You're going down.
Which is why any bit of rain shuts us down. But also, I mean, it's why, like, if you were to drop, any kind of fluid on the track, oh no, this really messes with the grip, is the way it interacts with that traction compound. And that's what we mean, by the way, when we say no prep racing, like some of our drivers out there have experienced, and that means you don't put any track prep, any rubber, anything down. You just race. But the downside to that is no prep racing. When you produce that amount of horsepower, they struggle. They struggle when they get down.
I tell you, the surfaces that you see them go down and the ETs that they do run on that under those conditions is just mind-boggling.
Some of if you ever get a chance after this race here, pull out a phone and look up some of the top-end naked surface.
Oh yes, yeah.
No prep racing. So that's basically, there will be just a pure concrete surface that has never had rubber on it at the top end of the track. So it's not even at the bottom end. And guys will go down that. You would think some of those high horsepower cars are driving on ice, the way they weeble wobble. In fact, the ice dragsters actually have more grip, to be quite real with you. And I'm receiving word that John Barnett his pro mod's broken. He's done for the weekend, and that's a shame. That is a shame. He didn't even get a run of qualifying in.
That's a tough break.
Yeah. We hope he. Yeah, there was some kind of noise we needed to burn out, and I don't hope to wager a guess as to what it was, but I just don't. I hate to see that. I do. I do want to say I hope he'll be with us at the Throwdown in T-Town, the Double Down. Bunch of fans, World Championship on the line, and we're going to run wing sprint cars, basically a third of a mile away, quarter mile away from where we're running pro mods.
Wow. Yeah, that's a race I want to get to at some point. Have never been able to make it over there.
Never been to a Throwdown.
Have not been to the Throwdown in T-Town.
I'll tell you what, man. Well, if you want, of course, you have our official invitation. It's on the series. Get down there. We'll get you the whole workup. I mean, not that you would have to fight for that, but man,
That
dude,
sounds good. No, I'll
Yeah.
have to check the calendar and see what's up. There's
I'll tell you what. And what we're calling the Double Down in October. I got people I know from St. Louis who are coming, from Kansas City who are coming. I had people coming from basically Ames, Iowa that I know, because they're like, oh, hold on, it's $25 to park, free GA, and you're getting in to watch both wing sprint cars, which are insane, on a third mile, I believe, dirt oval.
Oh.
And then when that's gone through track prep, you go over to Pro Mod and Funny Car and Top Sportsman racing.
Gosh.
It's
We,
ADHD heaven, really.
And so we used to, when we ran in Topeka, they had the dirt track there, and they didn't run any of those like super high power, super fast cars, but they had some decent, local dirt car racing there, and it was always fun because we'd get done, then we'd just ride the golf cart over and watch the dirt cars,
Well, so the entry gets you into both places. You can walk back and forth between the two tracks as much as you want.
So cool. Boy, think of the jousting too, right? When you get the whole, asphalts for racing, dirts for planting taters crowd together. They're going to be throwing
But
at each other.
I think too, though, that there's also, as much as we sling mud, so to speak, right? There's. You asked every drag racer in private if dirt track racing's cool as heck or not. They would say, "Oh, dude, it's bad."
I did some work on those, and when I was building race cars, and I had a bunch of buddies, but a couple of them that conned me into doing some work for them.
Mm-hmm.
I always thought it would be fun just to go hot lap one of them cars, and I had the opportunity, but I just never could make it fit.
Yeah.
But I think it would be fun, and honestly, I think I'd be good at it. I don't know about now, but at the time, I'm like, oh, heck, I could do that. No, it's probably not that simple.
No, whipping around one of those corners, though, the rate they do has to be so satisfying.
Oh, my gosh. Kick that rear end out at 100 and some mile an hour, right?
And if
Roll
you
back
ask-
into the throttle.
And if you ask the dirt track guys, they think the Pro Mod guys and the Funny Car guys, they're like, those guys are bad to the bone nuts.
I mean, you look at those dirt cars like I'm going to call them door cars. There's no doors, but
Yeah.
like the modifieds and late models and that stuff. They're carrying the left front tire, a foot off the ground down and the sprint cars are the ones that kill me, right?
The sprint cars will do a full
They'll
power
carry the
wheelie.
down the straightaway.
Uh-huh.
Kick that thing sideways, put it in the corner, throw dirt in your face, and come back for more. It's just unreal.
If you ever want to know the amount of power those sprint cars put out, just know that for all the multiple years that NASCAR has raced at Bristol Motor Speedway, by a margin, the all-time track records when they put dirt on it and raced wing sprint cars. World of Outlaws holds
That's
the
wild.
track record at Bristol Motor Speedway.
I think there's a big sprint car race coming up in October down at Wheatland, at Lucas Oil Raceway down there. I thought a friend of mine told me there would be, don't quote me, I think he said like over 100 sprint cars down
I like
there.
that.
Maybe even more than that.
I like that,
It's going to be
yeah.
absolute insanity.
I'm looking forward to getting the two crowds together because Dirt Down's 10K, 15K on their normal
That's awesome.
on their normal event in July, but that postponed, which created this double down.
Yeah, you're
So
right.
it's
That's like
10 to 15K for that, 25K for the throwdown.
Race fan ADHD is a great way to say it,
Yeah.
right? Do I go left? Do I go right?
I'll tell you right now, there's no wrong answer. There's no wrong answer. Book your hotels, folks.
So, when we raced over there, I didn't really get a good look at it. Which, like at the starting line, which way's the dirt track? From
It's off the left lane.
Okay.
So left lane, you go behind
the
the
left lane, then pits.
then pits. Then there's the grass. On
Okay.
the other side of that grass is the dirt track.
Okay, gotcha.
It's about a third of a mile or a quarter mile walk somewhere in there.
I made
It's
the
so
mistake of double entering our car when we went over there, and so we didn't have a minute to do
Oh, yeah.
anything, right? I mean, it was, and I would never do that again. It was absolute
But
insanity.
yeah, no. So like those two, they're about a third to a quarter mile away, so the dust shouldn't be a factor. And it's also one's north of the other, and so the wind shouldn't
That's
prevail.
cool. That's one thing we run into here when they were running over here at I-70 last year. When they would run, and of course, unfortunately, the wind here, prevailing winds out of the south in the summer, would blow enough with dirt over here that we literally had to pressure wash 3,900 feet of racetrack
Oh no.
before we could start track prep. And I got tired of picking the tear-offs out of the fence.
Oh yep.
Like those things, they were everywhere. Oh, it was just like a rash, right? But
Yep.
So I don't know the status of that. I know they're not running this year, and so that's saved Blake Conley and our crew a lot of hard work.
I tell you what though, that is that circle track next to us here. That's a fast circle track, isn't it? That's a
it's.
quick.
I think it's so long. Like I don't know that the racers like to come run. I think it's a half mile.
It's a half mile steep bank. I think Ellen told me that when World of Outlaws came here some years ago, it was like one of, if not the fastest World of Outlaws.
Yeah, I would think so.
The first race they had here.
Looks like Giuliano having some issues there in the right lane.
It's too fast. They didn't want to run here because it was too fast.
It was too fast.
Yeah.
Said no racer ever.
Well,
Serious.
Except for them.
This track and the one near me in Oklahoma, both of them they are going to because of the speed. And you get so far up in the banking and stuff that you're
Yeah.
not happy with the speed.
Wow.
Ugh. That's quick. That's quick. Hey, speaking of quick, here's Mike LeBate on the left side. Now, Mike LeBate is driving Rob Pasiano's split window Corvette.
There's another one you can go with the windows on.
I stuck my tongue out. But beautiful car, all black. He is splitting the car. Basically, will go to the northern half of the schedule. The southern half of the schedule will go to the Angry Bird. So it just lets, I don't know, whoever is closest, whoever's furthest away, not have to haul, and they can just fly to the event. And I think that's genius. I think you're going to see. I think that opens up a new route for some teams. Meanwhile, though, Chris Giuliano is going to back out. He did his burnout, broke. Here comes LeBate. I tell you what, man, you can tell it's late in the season because it's a war of attrition right now.
Gosh, yes.
Can't you? Ooh, that got hairy in a hurry for Mike LeBate. Little slow off the 60, but I mean, he just
Kind of started wagging the tail.
All right, attention, attention, attention. Pro 420 to the lanes, please. Pro 420 to the lanes, please. We need Pro 420 brought to you by Fuel Tech for Pro 420. You guys will be coming up after the J&A Service funny car. You guys should be in the lanes too.
sugar donut.
All right. Well, a little cleanup in aisle number dose, as my partner Eric would say. I'm not quite sure what it was, but we're cleaning it. As we get this cleaned up, you know, it's only going to benefit really the fantastic Stroud Safety Pro mods is what it's going to benefit. As I look here, so best is a 595 for Roberts, then it's 61 for Sean, 66 for Bush, 84 for Riffle, 45 for Lebate. So 420 to the lanes, the cars. All right, so Jacob McNeil not making the hit. Did receive a text back from Terry Campbell. He said, I felt like she was still going straight on the way back down. He popped that wheelie in that top dragster. Beautiful car. And he was a happy camper with there. So, Terry Campbell. And so, that'll bring us to just making sure that, like, we get the track scraped, we get it good, we get it nice and touchy. Currently 9:30 p.m. here at the racetrack. Getting through Pro Mod has been a little bit of a push and a shove. As the NSK Customs lane is getting touched up here. I'll get back to you on exactly what the ETA is. I'll have to use my earballs to see what the deal is, but I hear there may be a development coming to the D-Bar D racing team tomorrow. We'll get you updated on that overnight. But we're taking a look here at the track, making sure the rubber is laid down on top of it. Jimmy Bradshaw taking care of it, of Sticky Mafia. This is company. He is a heck of a track prep guy. I'll tell you that right now. Sometimes he and
I don't see Ashton. Maybe he didn't make the trip.
I was gonna say he and Samuel Peterson are the two when they team up are unreal.
Deadly, yeah, dynamic duo.
Yeah. Well, you know Peterson, son of the owner of US 131, and that track is one of those tracks they have a reputation to uphold when it comes to that track. It's always fast.
I have not got to go to a race there. I did stop by. I was in the area driving by, and I'm like, oh, drag strip, got to turn in. And gates were open, so I went in, drove up there, and walked the starting line a little bit. Never did see anybody, but I'm like, oh yeah, this looks like fun. It had been though. I think that was when they had like some torrential rain. And there was still a few rigs buried in the mud, a couple of campers. So I stayed on the hard paved surface. But you know, you kind of get a vibe just standing on the starting line, looking down the track. It's almost like you can feel what pending excitement is about to take place. I don't know what it is about that.
It is a very, I'd say I'd put that pound for pound with any track in the country. Hand over heart. I don't care if you're running, if you're a brand new track like Flying H, I don't care if you are a NHRA track, like NHRA national track, like Charlotte or Sonoma. I don't care. I would put you pound for pound against against US 131, and I'll be honest with you, there are a lot of tracks that would lose that because that is, it's immaculately maintained. It's always well done. It's like the Augusta National of drag strips.
There
Yeah.
you go. Yeah, no, it's always fun for me. I travel a fair bit for the day job, and so, you know, first thing I do, is there a drag strip close by? Is there a test and tune on the night I'm going to be around? Anything, right? Anything going on. Usually pretty quiet during the weekdays, but I was in Dayton last week for a couple of days. I'm like, ooh, I'm 5 miles from Kilcare. Well, it's not Kilcare anymore. It's Durana. Used to be Kilcare there, and so I'm like, I'm going to have to drive by that on the way to the airport just because.
Yeah.
And they were actually changing out the signs. They had just hung the Durana signs, but it was all gated up, and but you know, again, couldn't get in. But as I drove by on the, I don't know, like Fairplex Road or whatever it is, it's like right at the water box. The blacktop is that goes by there, and you could kind of see down track. I'm like, oh boy, I bet there's some stories that happens here, you know.
I still like it. This is a bit of a homer opinion. I like the way that Gateway presents itself on the interstate.
Oh, yes.
When you're coming from the east, especially towards St. Louis, from Illinois into St. Louis, that track, it presents itself. It has a huge wall-less grandstands on the south side of the oval.
Yes.
And then you see the drag tower and the stands, and then you get up onto a bridge, and you can kind of look down onto the whole, and that's a cool one.
Yeah, it's a cool presentation. We drove by here last night after we cleared the hailstone, headed back to KC, and of course the lights were on. I'm like, it doesn't even look like it rained here, but I think it had pretty much dried up by then. But you know, of course you can see the sign, but really from the road you can't see anything here from
No.
70.
You guys need a big Flying H drag strip sign out there. I'm telling you.
Yeah, well, we have it. I mean, it's probably bigger than it looks, but compared to the landscape, it's not that big.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
We need one of those. The jumbotron out there would be cool if we.
Just replaying like a Flying H drag strip logo, and then in the background of it, it's just replaying all of the amazing races and.
We probably have so many crises out there on I-70. People be watching that. It'd probably make us turn it off. You know, it's interesting though how many people will do what I did, and they're driving down the road and go, "Oh, drag strip, turn in." We literally had people driving by and go, "Oh, you're racing today? Yeah. What category can I fit in?" Well, really none. That's okay. I'll buy a tech card anyway. I just want to go down the track.
Yeah.
You know? So, yeah, that's fun. I remember just standing up here and going, "Oh, wait a minute. There's a Nissan Sentra from wherever, you know, North Carolina, running the whatever 650 index." I'm like, that ain't gonna work. But just wanted to go down the track. Just wanted to have that opportunity to make a hit. So. It would appear that cleanup is getting close to being complete here. Yeah, backing in the tractor. There we go. We are coming back to action.
All right.
Callie Mills in the left lane. You kind of wonder what they put in the tank after seeing that 59.
I'm telling you, man,
We're about to find
she
out.
lit it. She lit it up, man. Her previous run of 62 was the best of round one. And still sits number 3. Meanwhile, though, the DA down to 22, so it's dropped 100 feet since we started. And if I'm, Phantom, I'm going, hey, man, could we be a bit of last pair?
Yes. Oh, yeah, really, no doubt.
Although maybe not so much, because then Robert Roberts might have dropped another 100.
59. Right?
Yeah, right. So a solo pass for Callie, the American Pride Golf Carts. Machine. I do want to say, remind me, by the way, talk about just stopping by drag strips. I got a couple stories on that. But we'll watch Callie in Scarlet come up to the front. Again, it's mind-blowing to me that she is new. Like, this is her rookie year in Pro Mod racing. I don't care where you come from. Usually it takes a little bit of adjustment period to get used to Pro Mod racing.
So, yeah. Takes a while to slow that all down.
Yeah.
3.5 seconds.
And even the other way around, right? Because like Jacob McNeil has top fuel racing. Here we go. Goodness gracious, that's the most boring run I've ever seen. A 360, and boring meaning straight as an arrow, no wheelie, nothing. It was a missile. 360 into 7, and Callie. Man, okay, so Callie will slot in between Robin Roberts. In fact, get this, she's 100th off of Roberts is all.
Wow.
And so she'll slot between Roberts, but she is 3 thou quicker than Ellington.
Well, I tell you what, the eliminations tomorrow are going to be incredible.
They're going to be brutal.
Oh my God.
Put your money down now because I have no picks.
Yeah, all bets are off, right?
Oh, here's
man.
Keith Goulsby. Last call, Fuel Tech Pro 420 to the lane. As the Butt Racks Champion Auto Lift, Black Pearl on the right side, on both side here is Aaron Wells. He's your championship points leader. He is looking at Ellington, Goulsby, McNeil. All three of them are in stabbing distance. All right? And it will be very interesting to see what happens tomorrow evening. I'm telling you, this is going to be real fun on the bun. So Goulsby walks up to me. I'm standing at tech inspection. He goes, I got cranked up to 128 this weekend. And he looks at Josh. He goes, that's a joke. That is a joke. To the tech inspector.
I can see Josh going for the gauge.
Yeah, immediately, exactly. What's that?
Oh, what the heck?
You just joke yourself into a free testing, free inspection there, buddy.
We're going to need you to retech.
Goulsby, though, man, what a great guy. What a great guy. David Steike, speaking of great guys, slipping down a lot, too, by the way. He's lost a lot of weight. Good to see him down there taking pictures of the Black Pearl as that little bit of smoke goes out. Here we go. Oh, and Goulsby's pedaling it. Meanwhile, Wells, 63 and a 9. 3.639 for Aaron Wells. And that will improve him ever so slightly. Meanwhile, what did Goulsby end up running? 5.88. Yeah, he had to get out of it, and then he just had no need to get back in it. You know what I'm saying? We were talking about visiting drag strips. A friend of mine, who I promise she probably isn't watching. I think she's working right now. She is getting married out in Oregon. And I just booked my flight. She's getting married on a Saturday. I'm like, well, I'll come in on Thursday. We got obligations Friday. I'm going to stay till Tuesday. So she's like, what are you doing? I'm flying in Thursday. And she's like, you're staying there for like 5-6 days? I'm like, yeah. She's like, what? I'm like, well, I want to wake up in the morning on Friday and fly and drive over to PIR because I haven't been to Portland International. And it's road course, drag strip. I mean, it's a cool facility. And she's like, oh my gosh, that is just like you. She's like, so are you going to sightsee after the wedding on Saturday? Well, because I have to be at the rehearsal later on Friday. So I'm like, I want to hit that in the morning. She's like, well, are you at least thinking to go sightsee on Sunday and Monday and Tuesday? But you're doing 3 days? I'm like, Well, on Sunday, I got to go down to Coos Bay because they got a sweet little drag strip and an oval there as well. I want to go see that bad boy. It's right on the coast.
There you go.
And she goes, oh my gosh. Are all of them? Of course not. I'll go see Mount St. Helens on like Monday. It'll be fine. But I got to get the important stuff out of the way first.
I used to go, I did a lot of work several years ago in Indy. And man, I'd go out every Wednesday night. I made it rain. It could be like beautiful and sunny at 4 o'clock. Gates would open at 4.
Hey.
Like, this is going to be great. Got a great night of testing, right? Maybe I'll enter the rent car, you know, and then at 5 o'clock, boom, thunderstorm, canceled. Oh, man. Like 3 straight in a row. I'm like, I'm going to stop saying I'm going to test it soon because the racers may hunt me down and call me Rainmaker.
All right. Hey, speaking of hunting people down, your number 1 qualifying spot is Kyle Smith. Now, he had his time thrown out in the previous round of qualifying. He ran side by side with Jeff Moniz, and I think it was Moniz who hit it.
I believe so, yeah.
But either way, the timing blocks invalidated his run, but he was hunting number 1 spot to move into J&A Service Funny Car. Both Moniz and Smith, by the way, had great runs. It said he ran a 61, Jeff Moniz. So, yeah, they were asking who he ran, and I'm like, yeah, it's the A-Fuel Funny Car. And so, Kyle Smith will take a solo pass on the left side. And this should theoretically give him a no-holds-barred opportunity to log a time. That looked pretty good. That looks stout. All right, so that'll be a 362 and a 3. We'll have to go to the 3,000 or the 10,000ths to see where that logs in, because Kyle Smith, a 362 and a 3. Your number 1 qualifier was Jim Whitley with a 362 and a 3. I don't know the 10,000th number off the top of my head.
Whitley was 62,379.
379. Okay, 62,379. Do I have a number here? I don't see the 10,000th number. Yeah. It'll print them. Yeah. But so 7-9, just odds, right? 7-9 means Kyle Smith has more numbers to go under than above.
Yes.
Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah. May the odds be with you.
Yeah. So I mean, odds would say that Kyle Smith probably will slot in number 1, but we'll see. My screen, folks, says 362.3, and it stops right there. So we shall see. Is he on the uphill right there?
Yeah, it looks like they're going to have to push him.
Yeah. You know, those funny cars.
Quite made it up the hill.
Yeah, those funny cars, they do have some trouble sometimes getting up that hill.
It's not like you can drive them back.
No, and they're large, right? They're bigger, and so those bodies just hit more wind and slow them down a little bit more too. The tough one is if, heaven forbid, the juniors miss the first turn off. Now you're talking hours.
Yeah, I'm sure they'd love to drive all the way down, but they don't carry enough fuel to make that trip.
They really don't.
It'll lean out at about the quarter mile and be done for. 32 ounces doesn't get you too far.
No. Well, I mean, that sounds like a you problem as a proud Toyota Prius driver. As Shelly Riffle side-eyes me, gives me a shit. I haven't seen anybody so disappointed in me since the last time I met my father. She goes, I just bought a supercharged V8, so I can't say anything about a Prius. Here we go. It's the Williams Brother Racing. No. Up against the A-Fuel of Jeff Moniz. Hey, he ran against
ran against Kirk Williams. He ran against Kirk Williams. I'm jogging my memory now. Not Moniz. My apologies. Moniz also didn't log a time, though.
All right, so Kirk Williams on the right side. He's going to allow himself to get a run in. Meanwhile, on the left side, Jeff Moniz didn't make a pass last time. Remember, he was on the right side.
Yes,
they had to push him
that's
back.
some issues, yep.
And so Kirk Williams is who had his time thrown out. He also was capable. He was side by side with them. And Smith just ran a 62 and a 3. I think he can run a number 1. And I think Moniz is capable too, but we'll have to see. Remember, your alcohol on the right side in the NSK Customs lane. In the M&M Transmission lane, your A fuel, your Nitro.
It looks like the wind may be just drifting out in the north.
I think
So
so.
the fans might get a little sniff of nitro.
I think that's the case. Here we go.
It's good for the soul.
Yeah, it is. Yeah,
A
it
little
is.
rock and
Yeah, I'll take that. That was a heck of a pair run. Look at the waft of smoke over. Man,
Just
that
some
is
of
fun. That is fun. Oh, so Kirk Williams, by the way, I'll throw in, ran a 3.702. On the left side, a 3.75 for Jeff Moniz. A 3.75 and a 7. And so that gives, as I'm looking here, 1, 2, 3. They're your third place qualifier to Kirk Williams as they stand right now. And that'll bring us to our next pair. I still need Jim Whitley to run. Lance Van Howen, Mark Billington, and Robbie Massey should still be in the lanes as well. So, man, I like seeing alcohol and nitro next to each other. Isn't it fun? You can see the differences in the feel. You can see the differences in the first 60 too, right? That's what we were talking about the torque, and you have to tune the torque down a little bit.
they just sound so much different. The nitro cars just grunting down through there. And the alcohol cars like buzzing to the moon. 10 grand, I don't know how they twist them, but they definitely twist them.
Yeah, they do. And so, oh man, we got wind sprints up in the booth. That reminds me of the most devastating thing I've ever seen anybody say to anybody. I was a junior in high school. This kid named Johnny is hitting on this girl named Paige. And Paige is the kindest soul you'll ever meet. She's lovely, blonde, plays in band. And so Johnny's like, and she just goes, "Hey, John," and this is gym class, by the way. We're in gym class. "Hey, Johnny, can you go touch that wall over there?" He goes over, she goes, "Oh, thank goodness, I just needed." Like, Paige! She's now, by the way, a DJ, full-time,
about that?
not a radio DJ, like a party DJ. Lunar Riot is her name now. But, Johnny, ended up, I think, playing backup in, like, the UFL or the new XFL or something like that. So,
Oh, wow.
wow. Here we go. Jim Whiteley, solo, left side. J&A transmission. Ain't go funny car. So we will see Jim Whitley come up. 362.3. He's your number one qualifier. He is steered a little more than Kirk, but it's not going to make a difference. He is number one with the bullet, reasserts his dominance. We got no question now about what the 10,000s are. As Jim Whitley with a 361 and a 7 on the left side there. Solo pass for Jim Whitley. Reslots himself as number one, and that should bring us Van Howen, Billington, and Robbie Massey all in the lanes or thereabouts. Attention, Pro 420 here in the lanes. I'm going to go ahead and put the hit out for Top Dragster. Race Star Wheels Top Dragster, brought to you by UEM Pistons. Top Dragster to the lanes, please. You guys will be in 5 and 6 as the compressed air supercharging Top Sportsmen are on standby. Ellen's making her way out to the car out there, so she can't give me the thumbs up or down, so I will live and die with this decision to call. Top Dragster to the lanes. Race Star Wheels Top Dragster. Race Star Wheels Top Dragster presented by UEM Pistons. We need you to the lanes.
Race Star just up the road here in Kearney.
Are they really?
Yeah, we got a lot of Missouri companies represented. So Hart's Charger.
Hart's Charger.
Yeah,
Yep.
just
Eminem
the other
Transmission.
way. Kearney just north of KC.
Eminem Transmissions out of Independent, or
Jeff
not
City.
Jeff City.
Yeah.
I'm trying to
Boy,
Jeff.
and it's like Chassis Builder Central.
Oh my gosh,
Like
dude.
all the Rockstar chassis builders.
Jeffers is out of the greater St. Louis area. He's
You
got
got
like
Jeffers, you got Bickle, you got
Bickle.
Haas, you've got McCamus. I mean, it's like the star-studded list.
this is and people may not think of it as such like traditionally, but this is one of those secret among the best states in the United States for drag racing.
Yeah, would have
right?
never thought so because
But
there's not that many tracks. Really, and for a while there really wasn't like hardly any drag strips, but yet here we got all this supporting Massey laying it down there in the M&M transmission lane. What a beautiful car, the 22 Camaro.
Beautiful. By the way, I do want to give a shout out to Quartermax Racing, who's out of Galesburg, Illinois. Yeah.
Raised my family there. I actually, my dealership was next door.
Next door to Quarterbacks?
Yeah, the Budweiser distributor was between us.
Oh, okay.
So
Well,
you could
well.
grab a truckload of beer and then go visit Jones and come.
Yeah. Go visit the more fun 40. Surely your dealership did not win 43 world championships, though.
No.
Yeah, no, that's only Quarterbacks.
No. We did, however, sell them some interesting parts. So when Pro Stock had to be really more stock appearing, they would come over and buy like headlights and taillights for the cars they were building. Mm-hmm. And then they would build the panels around those certain pieces. You know, maybe some odd body components you normally wouldn't do either. Because that was steel roof and quarter days. Mm-hmm. Stock appearing, had to have, I think the only thing on the front end they had to have was actually the headlight assemblies.
So Quarterbacks go say, get us some headlight assemblies.
Yeah, it was interesting.
Here's Robbie Massey, by the way. There is something that Quarterbacks does that I want to talk about in a second. But first off, before we talk about Clyde and Amanda Scott, let's see Robbie Massey make a solo pass on the left-hand side. Oh, yeah, he got out of it. It was hiking up just a little too much. And
Boy, he was 933 down low. He had it loaded for bear off the line.
yeah, I did. Dude, that was that. If that 60 would translate, that's a number one qualifier with a bullet, man. So anyway, Quartermax, they have a YouTube channel, and they have a series where they show you like how to install parts, how to do things. So like right now, they have a how-to guide on just mounting a one-piece front end.
How about that?
That's cool, man.
That is cool. Yeah, McCamus does a lot of that too. His sometimes are educational, sometimes they're entertaining, because some of them are kind of comical. So you got to really consider the content. Whatever. There was a funny one that he did with, I don't know, something that he was poking at Pro Mod with having a cup holder and a bag of Doritos or something. I don't remember. You know,
Probably
like
Cheetos,
really
Cheeto eating.
simplifying the whole idea of driving a pro boat.
Yep.
But,
And so that'll bring us to Cops versus Outlaws, and I want to give a shout out again to Quartermax Racing, Clyde and Amanda Scott. They're doing great things and a proud sponsor of the Midwest Drag Racing Series. Tell us about Cops
Well,
and Outlaws.
Mike Winnick here now. Blue Line Racing doing a nice smoky burnout. That's the Gen 3 twin turbo, precision turbo, by the way. Oh, and we got him going up against an Outlaw here. So if I'm not mistaken, I believe that is Joseph Thomas. Or is that Maxon? I think that's Joseph. So Joseph Thomas, no stranger to small tire racing and that sort of thing. So this is going to be a good pair right here. Joseph from Garage Built Racing. Mike Winnick, Edmonton, Alberta, Canada, all the way down here. It's just a great looking 72 Duster. So he's on the chip. He's ready to bump in. Oh, and he's got too much on it. Winnick fighting to get the car down. He gets our 616. He was in and out of it. He won't be too happy with that. Thomas gets down 539 at 137. So that's going to be a great competitive race there going coming into tomorrow. So Scott Graham now coming up here in the NSK lane in the beautiful little Barracuda. And we got Tina Pierce on the Outlaw side in the Chevy 2. Man, what a great pair. A little nitrous, a large nitrous purge for Graham out of the LA Sheriff's Department Motorsports camp. His wife Sharon there videoing behind the car. Wheels up for the Cuda. Tina's chasing. Who's going to get there? Pierce gets there 6:05, 131. Scott gets there 6:12 at 85, so he was out early. What's a cool pair here too? Over here in NSK lane is the Morris Minor. So that was a $500 barn find 5 years ago. He built this car from nothing. That's Dale Seltzer. And if you get a good close look at that car, I'm telling you what, the craftsmanship is incredible. The bead roll, that artwork on the bead rolling. He wanted to paint that car gold, and he just couldn't find the color of gold that he was happy with. And so he had some test panels painted with about 20 shades of gold, and wasn't really happy with any of them. But then as they started looking at the red color that they had also picked out, and so the whole interior, all the interior panels are painted in gold. It just looks, it's stunning. The firewall is bead rolled in a quilt fashion, like a crosshatch quilted fashion. So there's a lot of neat little things to look at on that car. The grill's hand fabricated. He cut a foot out of the roof, I think he told me, shortened, narrowed, all that. So just an incredible amount of craftsmanship, and you would never know that car wasn't built that way from the factory. It absolutely looks like it was made to be. Handmade grill, front end, supposed to be a bumper, hand fabricated some sheet metal to come down under that, and to fill in that, he goes, it doesn't look right, so let's make some panels and put in there. So we got track crew out there to assist the LA Sheriff's Department. So we'll be down for just a minute while we clear the top end. GL 500 or less than. So he'll get Graham cleared off the top end there. He's got a laundry list of sponsors, and he shared with me that every one of these has been with him since the inception of this program. So shout out to Roadrunner Performance, BJ Race Cars, AEM Electronics, Aeromotive, Autometer, ARP Fasteners. I mean, it sounds like a list of who's who to me. Bellis Reinforcing Steel, CRC Industries, Curry Industries, Holly, Iski Racing Camps, Jazz Products, K&N, just goes forever. So, and I said, well, which sponsor do you want to thank? And he said, all of them. So shout out to all of the sponsors on that car. Hopefully he can get that put back, issues taken care of, and be back for some eliminations tomorrow. All right, so we got top end cleared. We'll get the track crew back here. They're coming back at, looks like they got that on the chip. At a blazing 42 miles per hour, I think, is about where that one limits out. All those like cool. I used to do some work. I go walk the pier like miles long. It was so fun. So there's Dale Seltzer in the right lane in that beautiful little 56 Morris Minor. And you know, of all the modifications he did to that, it looks to me like it was made to be that way. You know, so now we've got, and you know, there's a little rivalry between brands too. Not so much with Seltzer, but Scott Halsey over there, the Okie Trooper Racing Camp out of Broken Arrow, Oklahoma, in the Camaro. They're pretty aggressive, throwing daggers back and forth with all the Mopar guys. The LAPD and those guys, they're all Mopar diehard. Wheels up for the horns. We got a high-speed pursuit going here. He gets down 532. 532 for the left lane. The Morris gets through 570, 123 miles per hour. So, man, you know, it's street versus heat here tomorrow. So you're going to want to come out and watch these pair up. This is Roy Childs right here. This was a police car. So Max Sibley was an officer for 27 years, had a stroke a few years ago, and Roy stepped up to drive Mac's car. So this is the big block Ford, nitrous assisted, should put the front wheels in the air. Man, think of the stories that car could tell if it could talk. The people who have been in what used to be the back seat of that thing. Oh, man. Doesn't disappoint. Wheels up for him. Great job, Mr. Childs. That was fantastic. 573 at 119. That is not your local PD's cruiser right there. Oh, yeah, pure stock. You know, it is amazing how much of it still is. 4,200 pounds. I mean, to go 573 in a 2-ton car, that's getting it done.
Those Crown Vics weren't like to begin with.
Man, yeah. Well, you know, and those things, like, they're timeless. I mean, they just keep coming back for more. Incredible what, you know, and I can't help but wonder what kind of folks got stuffed in the backseat of that over the years. And I imagine all our law enforcement friends could probably have some unbelievable stories that they could tell throughout
Yeah.
their career. But
I'll
tip of the cap to them. I you know what? Nobody likes it when the red and blue's in the rearview mirror, but their first job is to serve and protect. And so, tip of the cap to all those blue stripe out there, right? Our law enforcement partners, certainly our first responders, put themselves in harm's way to keep you safe. So
Fire,
thank them
EMS,
enough.
absolutely. The fire, EMS, all of them. I think I have some relatives who are officers, and I imagine a lot of us have relatives who are officers. But I think you gotta talk. Not walk a mile in their shoes, but if you haven't talked to one, talk to them about their day to day. Because I don't like to see the police behind me. Dude, the amount they have to deal with. The stuff they have to deal with makes you realize that there's a lot of adult children out there.
There is.
It is, and
You don't know what kind of lunatic you're walking up on, right? You make a routine traffic stop. You don't know what and so, for me, I try to be mindful and respectful of that. Look, I don't like getting stopped.
no, I mean I don't either. But
I don't.
at the same time, though, I've never been stopped and not been like, yeah, I was speeding.
Dumb light on, hands on the dash. I'm going to need license and registration. Cool. I'm going to need to get in the glove box for the reg. I'm
Yep.
not armed. I'm not packing. And then I'm going to get in my pocket and get my license. So
Yep.
you get along fine, right? But they don't know.
They don't
Be
know.
Some lunatic nutbag.
There are thousands of stories of people, and here, Canada, Mexico, Europe, everywhere, of people who are like, oh yeah, let me get it, and then it's a dangerous situation, and somebody unfortunately suffers because of it, and so you don't know. And then also keep in mind too that oh, he was grumpy or whatnot. He has a bad boot. This officer probably just dealt with
you don't know
some crazy person or some idiot. They might have had 100 phone calls from a concerned neighbor because someone walked by with a backpack on the sidewalk. They have to deal with horse hockey. all the
Talking
time.
about going to the Northeast, I'm going to go back to a story that happened just been several years ago. I was in the Washington, Bremerton area, and I was heading back to the airport. I was just cruising along, and my phone rang, and I'm like, I need to take this call. So I pulled over on the side of the road, turned the four-ways on, and was taking the call. And here comes Highway Patrol and pulls in behind me just to check and make sure everything was okay, right? So I roll the window down, and he goes, is everything all right? And I'm like, yeah, I actually had a call, and I pulled over so I could take the call safely. And so he's like, okay, cool, see you, right? Safe travels. Thanks, officer. But, it was just nice to know that they were looking after me. I could have broke down. Who knows, right?
Yeah, they'd rather have what you did 100 times than the danger of texting or calling while
Well, it was
driving.
kind of before the whole hands-free thing came around, and the whatever rental car I had, of course, had no connectivity at that point.
Oh yeah, yeah.
I think it was after the flip phone.
Oh man.
So, but certainly not the technology we have today. Is just incredible. What we can do with a cell phone is just mind-boggling.
You had your sweet Motorola Razr.
Yes. Boy, you remember you used to outrun a phone in a year or two, and they were like paperweights. Now there's enough memory in them. They run until they either get run over or dropped in the tub or whatever might happen.
Indeed. The one thing that has ruined my phones over the years, the only reason I replace them really are I drop them and they crack the screen, or they get a screen that is like a full spiderweb crack.
Yes.
Can't deal with that. I could deal with one crack, but then I was like, I remember I had something where basically the screen was coming loose, and I put together that I was going to Dallas that weekend, and I'm like, dude, if glue gets into this, I'm sure my phone doesn't work, and I gotta fly back. But what phones are is incredible. I mean, candidly, everything you see on the Midwest social page is made on a phone. They're quickly doing away with the use of the mid-level, just get it done laptop.
Oh, sure. Yes. 100%. No,
Here we go. That'll bring us to Pro 420. Not that Pro 420, it's the one with the cars. It's Case Huddleston on the left-hand side. He ran a 4.21 in his previous run. Rich Smith on the right side out of Winsville. That's in my neighborhood.
Just up the road.
Yeah. Rich Smith in his previous run ran a 4.27. Wins Vegas.
Used to be a cool racetrack in Winsville.
Yeah, there did.
MAR was that a road course and all that.
So there's a neighborhood out there. There's a neighborhood out there. Oh my gosh, that purge is high. It's higher than eye level. It's eye level at the third floor. That racetrack out there, by the way, still there. Some of it is like built into a subdivision now, but there's woods behind some of the cars. If you go out there, you could drive into the woods and drive the old straightaway because the trees are all clear.
That would be so cool.
And it's obviously all overgrown.
Shut down there as long as we can make the curve at the end.
Yeah.
You had miles to
Yep.
drive.
All overgrown woods, all overgrown now, but it's still there-ish. Anyway, here we go.
Halfway, 3/4 of the way.
And all the way.
Bumping in
There we go. Woo! Ellington, I tell you what, he is crab walking there. Look at the Roman candles there.
Yes, I love it. Look at the ET.
Whoa.
Oh, that's nasty.
That's
420
disgusting.
with a 0. That's the 420. That's a Pro 420 we've been talking about right there.
Yeah, that's dead. Dead on. It's Huddleston.
Beautiful.
Yeah.
Yeah, Huddleston driving right a little bit. Thought better of it.
Yeah, Rich Smith though, man, he was dead on with a 0, had the Roman candles lit, and as
that
it
was
turned it
pretty
off,
going down through
as
there.
it turned it off, it gave you that nice flash at the end. I was like, dude, that was cinema. That was.
I love watching them at night because if you watch careful, you'll see as the kids come in and as the timing changes, those Roman candles will change color and change length. Oh, it's so cool to watch.
That was like a full Scorsese. You could look at it, he'd be like pure cinema.
Yes, that was a work of art right there.
Yeah, it was. So we'll get Case Huddleston off the top end there. And he got a little crossed up. He was like crab walking almost. And speaking of which, I had to crab walk landed in Denver coming in here, dude. Woo.
Ooh.
That was a little sketch.
Yeah, that's not my favorite airport.
Well,
It's always rough on approach going in and going out.
yep. The mountains don't do that any
I
favors.
don't like the setup. If you fly in there on a regional on United, you got to walk 18 miles to get back right above where you were to get on the mainline airplane. You got to go all the way down and up and then come all the way back. It's like, can we just put like a staircase in here? Because that'd be really cool.
The one that gets me is I usually do Southwest because I go MSP to Denver to here if I can't just go straight. But they're like, yeah, you're going to land in C-12. When am I going to take off? C-97. And I'm like, okay, well, I have an hour and 10-minute layover, but I'm going to spend every second of that hour and 10 minutes making that journey.
My steps in.
Yeah. For as much as Atlanta gets hate, I actually don't mind Atlanta. I've never had that much problems with Atlanta.
Don't either. I mean, thunderstorms have made me sleep there. A snowstorm actually kept me there overnight. Didn't get home several years ago.
The one that gets me, all right, and I apologize to our guys down there. We have a race in this city. Me and DFW just don't get along.
Oh, I don't like that airport.
DFW seems.
I will go into Love if I can.
Love's fine. I like Love. I don't love it, but like I'll take Love. DFW, every time I land there, me and Texas have a thing where it tries to kill me. I try and just call a race and get out of it as quickly as possible.
Yep, me and O'Hare have that hate relationship.
Oh.
You cannot connect through there. It's impossible.
For
It's a
as lovely of a city as Chicago is, it's a crime that its two airports are O'Hare and Midway.
MSP, if you connect through there and you come in on A and you got to go to F.
Oh yeah, that's a hike.
I missed that because of that. But
The key is if you lay over in Terminal 2 via Southwest. It's just one.
oh, it's a tiny.
It's one concourse, about 20 gates. All right, here we go. Macy Higgins on the right side. Higgins, in his previous run, 4:19 to 3.
Yes. Still sporting the Rich Stafford name on the right side of the Camaro on the left.
Yeah.
side. It's who passed away. This car was in mothballs for 10 years, so fresh out of the closet.
We'll have that
And,
driver information tomorrow for sure.
Out on the track now. And so they're getting things sorted out, sneaking up on it, completed the license part of things. So
Top Sportsman, top dragster to the lanes, please. Race Star Wheels, top dragster, presented by Icon Forge Pistons to the lanes. Compressed air supercharging, top Sportsman to the lanes, please. Compressed air supercharging, top Sportsman, we need you to lanes 7 and 8. Higgins' wheels up. I think the car on the left-hand side there is going to need a new set of fillings. Goodness gracious. Neither of them are going to get that. It's a 5708 and then a 495 for, 495 for Macy Higgins. So neither of them are going to get that all that close. Yeah, usually O'Hare I have problems with. Midway I have like an 80% delay rate. It's insane. I always get delayed through Midway.
Yeah, Midway is a carrier approach, so if you want to know what it feels like, I think, to land and take off from an aircraft carrier, fly in and out of Midway. Because you are straight down and bang on the runway, and you're straight up and get out of there. The place feels like it's built on a postage stamp.
Mm-hmm. The one I landed in not long ago, and I'll tell you about it right here after Jared Johnson and David Pierce. So Johnston, quick little smoky burnout. He's got the small tires on the back.
92 Fox body.
Yeah, it's got the Fuel Tech decal on it. It's, of course, the Fuel Tech Pro 420. We take you to Fuel Tech and Skyview race cars.
Fit like a glove.
Uh-huh. We also thank you to all of our first responders. This Dave Pierce car on the left-hand side is in honor of all of the first responders, especially the military. Dave himself served, and if you actually look at the back end of that, that's him standing in front of, I believe, a helicopter, like an attack helicopter, but it was his. And so I'd have to go look at the picture again, but it's him. You wouldn't be able to tell because he's just
a tad bit younger, built like a military man. Birthdays change us a bit.
Yeah, a little bit.
Mostly we brake easier and heel slower.
Yeah, right. Don't tell me that. I like race car driving and snowboarding and hockey, and neither of those are great for getting old. I'll tell you that.
No. Well, it all circles back at some point. You'll be standing there and they'll be going, "You ever do this?" "Yeah, pretty much." "Okay, well, here's why." Here's why you don't feel good today.
Here we go. What a run from Pierce. Pierce's A to B to C to 420 and an 8.
Wow. Well, he's going to be tough. Little too much wheel speed for Johnston there.
Mm-hmm. And so Johnston is not going to write home on that one. He's even slower than before, by the way. And it is 6-2-1 after the 8 comes in. I flew into Billings Airport in Montana.
Okay.
And you're on approach, and you're still like 400 or 500 feet above the whole city, right? And so you're like, all right, we're not. The airport's on a bluff. So you're crossing over the tall buildings, and then out of nowhere, it's bam, there's the runway. And so you're like, yeah, and then you land before you can basically even tell that the runway started. But when you come out, you overlook, like, the city's down below you. And so even, like, the taller buildings that are, like, 10 stories, you're looking straight down on them. And
I got colleagues that tell me you can tell what the background of the pilot is by the way they land the plane.
Yep, the
So
Navy.
if you fly that thing straight into the runway and it jars your fillings, that's a Navy pilot.
That's a Navy pilot because they got to slam it in to
Oh yeah.
break in. And on those aircraft carriers, and that'll bring us to Daryl Hubbard. Hubbard, a part of the D-Bar D Racing.
Area 51, huh? Well, not quite. Ruidoso, New Mexico.
Yeah.
I was just looking at that.
Ruidoso, you're thinking
That's
of
Garden of the Gods.
Ruidoso's, yeah, no, it's, you're thinking of, Ruidoso's not far out of where, like the Manhattan Project was, not Area 51.
I think I drove from,
Or Roswell, too.
yeah, I'm not sure. I flew in north of there, I don't remember what airport, and drove right along and saw all the alien signs and all that.
Roswell.
Like pulling into Garden of the God was just stunning. The scenery. The only thing that wasn't stunning was they'd had some wildfires, and so there was some smoked out areas of timber. But,
There are 8 states I haven't been to. New Mexico's one of them. I really want to go.
that's where I tested out a rental car top speed, 2-lane road, literally as far as you could see. I think it touched together at the other end. 139. On the chip, 6 gear, wouldn't go any faster.
Chevy Colorado 128 Bonneville Salt Flats was mine.
Thank you, National and Chevy Camaro 6-cylinder.
Yeah.
Had a nasty.
There we go. Hey, he's a little squirrely. Let's see across it. He pedals it to a 426 and a 1. But he slows it down. He will actually improve. His previous one was 419. He improves, though, because he comes in on the correct side
It's
of
on the
4.2
right side,
seconds. Yeah. So Rich Smith, our high water mark, and it's going to be darn hard to beat 4200 at all. Hey, there's Ed Thornton down there, by the way. Little mile per hour Ed, I call him. Mr. 221 also. He is the first person in our series to break 220 and first to break 221. Now Mark Mickey now holds the top mile an hour. But Ed held that for quite a while. And I think they've been fighting that car for quite some time. I think once they figure it out, Shane T will reclaim his title as fastest tuner in the Midwest. But here we go.
Moving into the long cars.
Yeah, the long and skinnies. That brings us to the Race Star Wheels Top Dragster, presented by UEM Pistons. Look at the nitrous purge coming out of John Biaggi. Biaggi, the 2021 Spitzer Dragster. 632 cubic inch Chevy engine on the front of it. And on the right side, Tim White. He's racing out of Harrisonville in the 2020 Spitzer. Tim White will be the first pre-stage. Harrisonville, is that between you and me? Is that in Middle Missouri?
It is, yes.
Okay. Woo! Look at the wheel stand from Biaggi. 403 at 177 at 431 at 161. Goodness gracious. Keeper between the lines there. Got a lovely night sky outside. Just want to look at the sky.
It just seems unnatural to have a car with a whatever that is, 55-inch wheelbase with the front wheels
Yeah.
in the air. Flashbacks to the blowovers of the Garland's days and that sort of thing, right?
I get flashbacks to 2 weeks ago. Samuel Peterson was prepping the track, and Martin, of course, he's prepping it for testing with pro mods, because it's almost all pro mods they're going to test. So he hops in a dragster that he doesn't own, but the guy who owns it lets him drive it sometimes. He hops in the dragster. He goes, "Oh, you got to test it out." Which, get yourself a track prep guy who can drive on it, right?
Sure, there you
And
go.
he drives it. That man was probably head to eye level with the third amber, with the wheel stand. And he comes back. He goes, "Track's ready."
Yes, it is.
Yeah, so that'll bring us to Keith Youngblood. Youngblood going up against Joe Carollo. Carollo, 450 now. He dialed in a 449 earlier. Wow, Youngblood spins the tires. Nope.
447.
Yeah, Carollo finds a little bit of time. He is a local, yeah. He is and he messaged us. He was like, "Hey, you know, how do I enter?" And we're like, "Come on in, baby." We love all our local racers as well as our touring guys. As that'll bring us to Katie Laughter and Mark Moore. Ladies and gentlemen, watch this. All right. LS stock block record got set 2 weeks ago by this dragster on the left side. Reset earlier today, but that was with an extra, let me do the math. Hold on. That was with an extra probably about 600 feet of DA. It's 2,100 right now.
It's going to go look.
Yeah, and so
a
Katie
little
Laughter.
more air to breathe. Yeah, it should be it's going to be fun to watch.
She ran a 4.00, I believe a 7. Or 4.006 to reset the LS stock block world record. Could she be the first stock block in the 3s?
Maybe. I got my fingers crossed.
They asked Pennington. Pennington said yes. Travis Cannon wants it. Oh, she's well off the groove left side across the line. 4.03 and a 4. She drove. I think that cost her. She's just left out the groove. Just left out of the groove. But here's the crazy part, is the 4.03 would have also reset the record from 2 weeks ago. She's racing a bad mamma jamma, man.
Yeah,
I'm telling
guess.
you, dude. So that'll bring us to Jordan Epper-Jesse. Epper-Jesse on the left side. Rating champion, but probably not your champion this year. It would require some major upsets here in Tulsa to bring Youngblood down. And she'd also have to jump Katie Laughter herself. But she is your reigning champion. Her and Jeremy Maples went toe-to-toe last year. It was a great story. And it'll be very interesting to see see what she does. She lines up against Greg Rice from my neck of the woods, Maryland Heights. It's where a lot of the professional athletes live in that area. Halfway stage, all the way. Oh, they both at the same time, yeah. Epper-Jesse got the skirt hiked up and then it flexed a little bit on the way down. 4.24 out of 5 at 162. 3.84 for Greg Rice. That's bad. That's bad.
That's getting down.
All right, and that'll bring us to Terry Long. Long in the 2005 Camera Dragster, celebrating its 20th anniversary. He's dialed in at 0.00, and I'll tell you what, he's closer to 0.00 than you might think. 3.8 seconds flat his previous run.
That's nasty.
It's a nasty piece of work, man. I'll also shout out Lloyd McClure, who runs a much more reasonable for top dragster 4.4. He's the one who has the fun angle coming
Yeah,
out.
it does. Almost matches the angle of the wing strut on the
Yeah, it's
Tip it up just a tad.
Just a tad.
Just a touch. A couple degrees.
I wonder if that was intentional or if it's just kind of where it ended up coming.
I don't know.
Coming out. I don't know. It's neat. I like uniqueness, man. If you could drive a hearse, but as long as I haven't seen a hearse, I think that's cool. There we go. 3/4 way stage up. Lloyd McClure on the left side, and or red for Lloyd. Lloyd going to cross 4.20, so he's going to knock 2/10 off. And Terry Long goes exceptionally slower than 380 and a 4. He knew he wasn't going to shake out anything better. He's still under his own power.
Had that thing on 11 there at the starting line, and the starting line said,
I wonder if we are seeing that, because, I mean, the conditions are good, but they're not excellent, right? And a lot of our guys had some excellent conditions in Martin 2 weeks ago. We're talking DAs in the 400, like feet, like not 1,000, 400
Yes.
feet.
Yes.
And so I'm wondering if there's not maybe a little bit of greed in there.
Oh, I think it could be. I mean, everybody wants to go
A little bit quicker.
run a PB,
Uh-huh,
right? I
yeah.
mean,
I don't know. I think Katie Laughter can run a PB, and she will run a PB this weekend, another one. But I don't.
a 399.9
Yeah.
would have to put a smile on their face that would you couldn't smack off, right?
Throw that on the
Oh,
front page of
man.
Drag Illustrated, man.
Oh,
First
man.
stock block in the threes. That there's a whole difference between a world record and first in the threes.
Yes,
That's a world of difference.
that is for sure. Yeah, we'll just dial up Wes if that happens, right? You got to see this.
Yeah, I legitimately pulled out my phone just in case she did it. Terry Kamler on the left side, Freeburg, Illinois. Kamler. Wheels down, and here we go. He kept the wheels up, then he kept the wheels down. 439, and so he adds a 10 to 156. Meanwhile, David Harrington will run 413 at 171. So Kamler will lose a 10th, find a 10th on the right side. All right, well, how about that? Hey, you remember our event in June, right? And where unfortunately we went up against the curfew and we couldn't break the curfew, and we had one pair of top sportsmen left. And it was Tina. That was the event that Tina called Tyler Wells that punk. She is getting her rematch against Tyler. Now, the points are the points. They're done, right? The money has been split. This is for the trophy and bragging rights, because the only person who's beat Tyler Wells is John Vesper, and Vesper ain't here. Tina has gotten trailered by Tyler, as has every other Midwest regular.
Monster matchup right there.
That'll be the last pair of top sportsmen. So you're going to want to watch that here on YouTube, on Facebook. Danielle Jaramillo on the right side, 445 flat at a 157. Hey, how about this? 449, a bit hotter in the middle of the day, earlier this evening. 445, your 4 numbers off. The air's changed 600 feet and your 4 numbers off. I'll take that all day.
Twice on Sunday.
Yeah, right?
And speaking of
Chiefs.
top sportsmen,
Oh, yeah, I was going to say, here we are. I was going to say the Chiefs could use that kind of consistency.
could we ever?
Ugh. Okay, all right, not to get back into football, but
Yeah,
it would
we'll leave that
it would
alone.
be a lot nicer.
We'll just wait and see what happens Sunday.
It'd be a lot nicer if your division wasn't as good as it was too. Every team in your division's good. It's like, gosh dang it.
Such a huge target painted on your back when you're, you know, when you have a dynasty like that. Everybody wants to take you down.
A dynasty with a quarterback like that, where it's like you're going to be a dynasty until he retires. That's how good he is, right? So here's the Butcher and John Baker. And Jimmy Sakovich is not fond of any kind of candles, so you won't find him in a Bath and Body Works. Jimmy Sakovich on the left-hand side, the Pontiac Grand Am. Previous run 460 and a 4. John Baker on the right side ran a Pro Mod number. Let's call a spade a spade. He ran a Pro Mod number last time.
Yes.
He'll run a Pro Mod number again here too, I'm sure. Especially as the air cools down. We're at Flying H. We have 83
that
grains.
hat is just a sight to behold.
Isn't it? 83 grains of water. 2100 EA. 2150, more or less. You got a Willys in the front line. Blower hanging out the front end of it. What more could you want in life?
Almost taller than the roof. It doesn't get any better than that.
No.
That's actually what I want my streetcar to look like, but, you know,
Yeah.
not going to happen.
No. That blower's bigger than your streetcar's
That'll
engine.
It might break the front end.
Yeah, right? There we go.
It's carbon. You know.
Roma number 378 and a 9. He improves.
Gracious.
He improves 100th. Meanwhile, Sakovic at 568 and a 1. He's going to slow down. Goodness gracious.
So that brings up the Saturn of Jason Kimberlin in the left lane, the M&M transmission lane. Rod Moore over here in the pick-em-up truck. The Holiday Distillery pickup truck. Walked into that one. So Moore pushed back. Kimbrell goes through 487, 143. He really picked up from his previous run. He's going to like that. So tip of the cap to Jason. Hopefully Moore doesn't have anything too major going on there and gets that thing put back for the next qualifying round tomorrow. So beautiful little 69 Camaro Rush Ruby out of Lincoln, Kansas, here on a single run right lane. It's up for Ruby. 474, 146, 107 short time. Beautiful pass there for Ruby. Look, I got another single here. Terry Pope. Terry Pope coming up in the right lane. The, I believe, nitrous-assisted Cavalier. That's a beautiful car, too.
Isn't it?
It's pretty.
I made a graphic of his machine prior to our last race. I think he'd fly gauge, and it's one of my favorite graphics I've ever put out. It was one of my first, but man, it's a beautiful machine.
I stopped by his pit after the last race, and I think he told me they painted that car like 15 years ago. I mean, and it looks like it was done last week.
It does. It does. The only giveaway that it was done 15 years ago is the design.
Colors,
yeah, the design and the colors.
And it might have been 20. I don't want to overstate, but
it does.
I mean, it was mind-boggling to me that it looks that good. I mean, I couldn't keep my stuff looking that nice.
No.
Because you always get in the mad thrash and oops, got a scratch, right? Oh,
Well,
you got a little, but, you build character with
Te-
that stuff.
Testament to the driver too. It means he hasn't put it in the wall and done anything, right?
Keep driving the wheels off anytime. Yeah, exactly. So that sounds like a stall bomber with a little blower surge coming up here in a minute. Right now, though, Terry Pope on a single. Coming in ever so carefully. He's halfway staged. He'll take a breath, blink his eyes. Boy, a 100 foot, he's going to run 427, 166 miles an hour. Beautiful run there for Pope. Oh, that looks great. So yes, Todd Stallbomber there in the NSK lanes. Just such a cool Camaro, stock wheelbase, just beautiful looking under the lights. Love the big blower scoop. The hat's, I believe, taller than the roof on that one.
There we go.
That's
There we go.
all.
Pulled up the graphic that I had. Yeah.
Tip of the cap to the graphics guy, right?
Yeah. Whoever that guy is.
Yeah, that guy.
That jerk. So Todd Stallbomber on the right side, and Casey Higgins, yeah,
Casey Higgins.
Casey Higgins on the left side.
Short burnout for Higgins. Yeah,
Oh, the
blower
Dwayne
surge for
Higgins?
days, man.
Racing trucking crew,
Oh,
man.
oh.
Stallbomber is like, he's given a new meaning to bumping into the beams, ain't he?
Yeah, he doesn't need a bump box.
No.
He got blower surge to get that done.
Yeah.
He's got a fleet of race cars. I mean, like, he's got a whole barn full or whatever. I mean, from juniors to all the way up to this. If it was a little stouter, it would be a pro mod. Yeah, I think 3 generations probably at least stall bombers of racers. And I'll tell you what, they are tough too. That whole crew. Landon, I think, running the top dragster class with on the NHRA side of things, the traveling circuit, taking people out, right? Like maybe Super Cup. I don't remember the category, but I just know when you roll up and pair against that, you got your hands.
Yeah, you do. There we go.
Stall bomber.
Ooh, he's a little left, back into it. 467 at 153 and at 430 with a little 3 at the end of it. 164 mile an hour in the M&M transmission lane. Whew. Telling you, man. And hey, here it is.
Here's the monster matchup.
I'm ready to get
It's not for the marbles. This
my
is for the
graveyard
fame.
craft.
The fortune is done.
Yeah.
This is for the fame here.
We got a monster mash. It is Tyler Wells on the left side. Tina Pierce on the right side. And so they will be dialing in their cars as Wells burns out, and he'll back it on up. And so as a reminder, points will stay the same. Points are the points. They're done. The race is complete. Money has been split. Race is done. But I tell you what, this is for the trophy. It's for the trophy for the race that we didn't finish last
The spring
June
race,
here.
the last
Yeah.
Smackdown, yes.
And so Tina Pierce dials at a 446 on the right side. The left side will be Tyler Wells. He's got a 432 dial. So Tina will leave by 0.14 seconds too quick before Tyler. Mind you,
And the diversity of the cars, right? Mm-hmm. So we got compressed air supercharging versus nitrous assisted.
yep. I'm excited for this
Oh, my
because
gosh,
this
yeah, I'm
is
on
the
the edge of my
matchup
chair.
that gave Tyler Wells the nickname the Punk because she called him. She said I want to beat that punk, that punk kid, before he.
Uh-oh.
Uh-oh. All right, hold on. They're punching it in as a round of elimination because they're dialing, right? So this is to the computer, this is both a round of elimination because it needs to display a winner and the lights, but it's also a round of qualifying.
Yes.
Right.
So Matt Thrash and race control to
because you have to put a special command in there that says his side.
you
do
have
it.
to have
So.
a class to run an elimination round. So
Yep.
bear with us here for just a second.
Hey, by the way, I want to give a big shout out to the crew here at Flying H. Not always the simplest week. There's no such thing as a simple weekend at the racetrack. And you've worked at racetracks for long enough to know if you're out there, it looks like one thing.
Yes.
When you're up here, there's no simple week at a racetrack.
I guess I had this thought that sitting here in the booth, hold the mic, would be just this simple. It's chaos.
It's not.
You have so many. It's like ADHD, which is perfect for me.
Yep.
But there's so much going on, right? You got race control, you got the radios, you got text, you got
we
all
need
these
this.
things going on.
You got people tapping on your shoulder. Hey,
Hey, I need this signature on this form. I need this. I need that. Right? Oh, hey, go take a car really quick. Okay, I'll be right. You know, and you know what? I love it.
yeah, it's great, but at the same time, you're right, dude. There's so many moving parts to this, and
It's probably like driving one of these cars. It looks easy.
yeah, and then you
Anything
go.
but.
Yeah.
But this probably looks easy from the outside in, but
It's easy to drive you through the water box.
it's incredibly challenging. Until you get your wheelbase under you, But you know what?
If you have
It's
a
more
track,
fun than barrels of monkeys, I guess.
yeah.
You get right down.
I always joke. I'm like, I get the best deal in racing. I show up. I watch bad to the bone cars that I get. Outside of driving them, I get basically unlimited access to them, right? And then I leave the track with more money than when I started.
That's kind of hard to do when you're sitting in the seat.
Yeah.
There's only really one person that's going to leave with big money.
And so I'm like, I got the best deal
Not that
racing,
we're
man.
leaving with big money, but we're leaving with some, and it's consistent.
Yeah.
We don't have to win. We don't have to go round.
I'll tell you right now, I ain't winning. I ain't coming home with as much as the $20K to win Pro Mod winner
I haven't
after a weekend.
broken
but-
any parts yet. I mean, I guess if I fall off my stool, I might.
right? The highest expense I have is if I get a parking ticket or my airport parking.
Oh, yeah, you want that. So we got the computer set.
There we go. All right, so again, we have the Cass Top Sportsman. Tina Pierce on the right side, 446 the dial. On the left side, 432 the dial for the one and only Tyler Wells. Is he going to add name number 2 to the list of racers who beat him? Let's take a look. It's for the trophy. It's 2 green lights. Pierce gets way out of it. She's going to pedal it back in, but Tyler is going to steer around her. He gets a 445. He lifted off like he needed to. You could tell that because, I mean, he was about a tenth off, over a tenth off. He left it off. He takes the trophy, and he remains out with only one driver who's bested him in Midwest competition.
My gosh. And he came out of what class?
Yeah, he came out of juniors.
Came out of a junior dragster, jumps in a 4-second door car, and is just mowing them down.
A former Pro Mod, by the way, so for a 4-second door car, as far as they go, it's already squirrely.
It's
Yeah.
already down to 7.
Yeah. And so I'll remind you, too, technically on our point sheet, it's Wells/Cannon because he wasn't old enough to drive that car at our first race in Dallas.
Oh
He
my
turned the age. He had his birthday on the Monday after.
Incredible. Incredible. You know what?
Isn't it?
The kid, the phenom.
Yeah.
Going to be a stud in whatever category.
Oh, my gosh. What a race. So I believe that will wrap up all of our cars tonight. We thank you all for watching the Summit Racing Equipment Midwest Drag Racing Series. Stay tuned. As of now, our plan is noon tomorrow for the final round of qualifying. That could change based on whatever we feel like. So stay tuned. We'll get you that notification tomorrow. Plan on noon. We will have all broadcasts live tomorrow, and we'll be live right here at Flying H Drag Strip. Thank you guys for watching. Hit that like button, subscribe, share, all that good stuff. We thank you for watching. Good night. Sleep tight. Talk to you soon. Bye.